Good afternoon, cricket fans, and welcome to another Cricket 360 production on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association in the Under-19 Tri-Nation Series. It's a double header here for you today. A replay of yesterday's game, Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windward Islands. Andrew Chan in your company, alongside Miss Brittany Cooper, who was doing some gallops around the National Cricket Centre yesterday afternoon after the game yesterday. Good afternoon, Miss Cooper. I'm sure you're glad you're not running in this sun here in Cooper right now.
Hi, good day everyone. I'm happy that I ran yesterday because the sun is extra hot today. As you rightfully state, a double header from yesterday's game. As you know, Windward Islands played Trinidad and Tobago yesterday in the first match of the Tri-Nation Series. Trinidad and Tobago coming out victorious in that game. Windward Islands taking first strike and scoring 120 in 25 overs before rain came and stopped the innings. After Dr. Lewis, Trinidad and Tobago were required to score 130 in 25 overs.
Yeah, so the news from the middle is that the Windward Islands, this time, they've won the toss, but they're electing to bat again. And based on the weather that we're having, we're definitely going to have a full 30 overs. I hope the commentators' curse goat mouth doesn't happen for me today. But we'll see what happens here. And it was a good game yesterday. It went down to the wire. Trinidad and Tobago won by 3 wickets with 2 balls to spare. And I just wanted to ask you, how do you think these teams would be feeling right now? Especially, how sore would they be, and what would their response be like?
First of all, I think they will be happy to see the weather. You know, yesterday was very overcast, and the groundsman didn't get much sun for the wicket to dry out. So the wicket was really, really moist. So the fact that, you know, it's a 1 o'clock game today, and whole morning the sun has been blazing, we know that moisture will no longer be on the pitch. As you see, Windward Island batters taking guard. Today we have a change in the opening order for Windward Islands. We now see Matt Lynn accompanying skipper James.
Katie Jasmithel to start proceedings from the southern end. Starts off a decent line, decent length, a little bit wide-ish maybe, but good delivery to just get it going. Rub off all those sore muscles from yesterday. Both she and Amelia Khan started quite well yesterday. Eventually took a wicket each for their hard work.
Yes, both standout bowlers in yesterday's match, Khan and Mitchell. Khan finishing the figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs, and taking 1 wicket.
Driven off to long off, mid off I should say. Janaba Joseph picks up quite nicely there. Yes. Marcelin was searching for the run, but there really was none there.
Yes, we had some really good bowling performance. We had Mitchell bowling 5-22 with 1 wicket. We had Glasgow bowling 5 overs, 1 run. I had 5 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs, and taking 2 very important wickets for Windward Islands. Then we had James holding 5 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, and 2 wickets. But the standout bowler for me yesterday, I would say Amelia Khan. She scored at 4 over 1 minute, 7 runs, and 1 wicket.
Delivery, that one kept low. We saw some of that weird, strange bounce on offer here at the National Cricket Centre, so it might aid and abet the bowlers a little bit. So the batters do have to be careful about that.
So you get time for both openers to assess conditions. We see different conditions here today. We are playing on the same pitch, but different overall conditions. As we know, yesterday was very overcast, and we see the opening pair of Khan and Mitchell was getting a ball to move.
Good delivery again there from Mitchell. Playing away from her body a little bit there, Marcelin.
Changes to both teams. We see Mala Durgan coming in for Jessica Rusco and Zakia Haliral coming in for Kira Manpol.
That one was worthy of an attempted drive. Unfortunately, nothing doing there for Marcelin. And Katie Jazz Mitchell ends with a maiden as the Windwards are yet to get off the mark. It's none for none after one.
Continuing with the changes, Mr. Khan, we have one change in a Windward Island team with Brittany Pascal replacing Shreyan Games. So Pascal is a left-hand right, left-hand medium pacer. So it's good to see that there's another left-hand bowler in a Windward Island setup. As you see, Khan taking her run up from the northern end. Bowling here to James. I expect a very watchful James here today. She know that, her early dismissal yesterday probably cost her team probably at least 20 runs short. Yesterday we spoke about we would have loved to see a little more aggression in a few places for Trinidad and Tobago, because we saw Khan and Mitchell both getting a lot of movement, and it seems like the same tactics today where there's no slip in place for this new ball.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And I certainly think that pressure would assist in taking a bit earlier wickets because, as you remember, Brittany, both the opening pacers took wickets towards the end of their spell as Khan starts on the money. That's a good delivery from her. And of course, you will be well aware that batters are always itching to get off the mark and get that first run and get the scoreboard ticking over. Sort of an OCD, as it were.
Yes, that first run is always a breath of fresh air. Little wide there from Khan. A bit of odd bounce there. Seemed to hit the chest of keeper Sao.
And the Windwards get their first run and they are off and running.
By the looks of it, it seems like Khan or the plan to James is to push it away from the left-hander. You look at the field, she has a deep cover and a third man bowling to a 5-4 field. Well placed there by James. Give you an idea of the field, where the fielders are. There's a third man, a deep cover, a backward point, extra cover, mid on the mid-off, middle wicket, short square, and a short fine leg. And work of the plan by James, looking for a quick run there, but back in a crease there, Richland. Good movement from deep short square there from Roberts. Do you think a single was on offer there, or James wasn't even looking? Because you look at the replay, Richland was looking for that quick single.
I think James was maybe ball watching just a tad bit there. The run may have been on with a little bit of pressure. Good to see there was good backing up from the Trinidad and Tobago side at the non-strikers, and at least 3 fielders converged. Really excellent bowling here by Khan once again.
Continuing her great form from yesterday. It's good to see that consistency thus far from Amelia Khan.
It's a good full delivery there. But if James had gotten anything on that, might have gotten it through the covers or down to third man for the first run.
It's very windy here today. That breeze blowing from east to west as we are accustomed to at the National Cricket Centre. If you look at the flags and the bamboos and the mango trees in the background.
Back of a length this time. And that's a good over to finish off there from Amelia Khan. Just one run off it. One without loss to Windward Islands. Still yet to get a run off the bat.
As we know, today is Palm Sunday, so a lot of we are in the holiday season. Easter, the kites will be flying, the beaches will be packed. But we are here today at the National Cricket Centre, the second game of the Tri-Nation Series between Windward Islands and Trinidad Tobago. As we see to our left, a nice little crowd gathering.
Mitchell from the southern end. Starts very good again. Yeah, you're quite right, Brittany. As you know, I live in the west, so as I was leaving the Carenage area, of course, there was a line of traffic going to the beaches on that side. So lucky them, but lucky us to be here watching some cricket as well.
Another that ball there by Mitchell. Yes, if there's too much traffic to go to the beach, you guys can come. You can bring your beach chairs. There's a tent. You bring your umbrellas there. I mean, we could try to organize to see if we get some sand at the ground. You know, you could bring the kiddies to play in the sand pit.
Well, it does certainly is no problem as Mitchell kicks up dust, running in again. Good push into the cover region, no run.
Well played there by Machelin, but unable to find that vacant space between extra cover and point as Mitchell is bowling to a deep cover and a third man. A similar feel to the left-hander when James is batting.
They're bowling again. So what do you think would have prompted the Windward Islands to say, hey, let's have a bat first on this wicket?
Yesterday, as they had the opportunity to bat first, and for me, the only concern I would say, even though it was really good bowling by Trinidad and Tobago, you know that this pitch is a fairly new pitch. I don't think much cricket has been played on this pitch. Information misfield there by keeper Sao.
Yeah, unfortunate there was a good delivery from Mitchell, kept low, and fortunately Chanel Sao behind the stump was nutmegged by that one.
Yeah, so you know, they saw from the likes of Glasgow, who played a beautiful innings yesterday, scoring 54 of 64 balls. You know, if you allow yourself a chance to bat long on this pitch, it'll be easy to score runs. Nipped off the leg there by James as she finally gets off the mark.
Her first runs off the bat there. First chance that Mitchell has had to bowl at James as well, so she didn't make the adjustment quite well. And that does end the third over at 3 without loss. The Trinidad and Tobago Pacers doing a really good job here to keep the Windwards on the wraps, maybe not threatening as much as they would like in terms of taking a wicket, but certainly that pressure is building.
As you see a cameraman taking a little peek at the crowd that's gathering, those under the tent, those who are under the umbrella, and just a little bit to the left you see the famous chow man is setting up, getting his popcorn and chow ready, because you know it's crop season, so mango, plum, almost everything is in season right now. Here comes Khan to bowl her second over.
The delivery and a good push by James, moving back into that one, pushing that one into the cover. And 2 runs on the trot. They get a second here. Good throw in there. A bit of a lazy daisy running there by Marcelin after the non-strikers end, but she gets in nevertheless.
Yes, as he said there, rightfully lazy run in there. But if you look at the replay, we saw again where the bowler was to collect the ball, not behind the stump. Now, when that ball passed the stump, Marcelin was nowhere near in her crease. So just imagine if that bowler was right to the stump, it might have been an easy run out there for Trinidad Tobago.
Always remember the fundamentals of the game. Slide your bat in, things like that.
I'd like to see a slight adjustment to the field here, Mr. Chan. As can come in bowl. Play there by James. I would like to see that short square come over. Because probably, if not in a slip position, but probably have that a cover point. Because that open gap there, that's easy, a single for James. And just to apply a little more pressure to James, to probably try to work it around her pads a little more. As we said, right in that gap, well fielded by Mitchell. Right there, Mr. Chad, right there, that cover point. We'd love to see that short square.
Knocked down really well by Mitchell there. That was excellent fielding. Good positioning here by James, just trying to pick that gap out to the fielder at deep cover. But yet, just get one fielder a little bit closer and put a little bit of pressure here so she doesn't feel overly comfortable and confident to try those shots. And of course, there's always the opportunity for a spoon, or because she's a short player, so if you just get her reaching a little bit, you might get a thick edge that bubbles up or something like that.
Oh, well take there by Keeper South. Seems to just came off the hip of Glasgow. James. But as you see this 5-4 field being set there, me being a part of the senior women team, it's kind of hard for these younger bowlers to transition into the senior team, because mostly in the senior step up you see a bowler bowling, especially with the new ball bowling, to a 7-2 or 6-3 field, and you know that forcing that bowler to be a little more consistent.
It's the end of 4. The Windwards have progressed to 5 without loss. Not much drama from either side, you'd have to say. Brittany, it's been a very sedate start, to say the least. Okay bowling by the Trinidad and Tobago squad. They're maintaining that pressure, as I mentioned. But coming back to this fielding, we see that all the fielders, almost all the fielders that are inside the circle, are on the very edge of that 30-yard circle. So if you can push it slowly enough to them, play with soft hands, there's always a single on offer.
Half volley on offer there to Marcelin. But yes, I think it's just, you know, when they make that transition into the senior team, they will have a more understanding as to when we talk about certain field sets, or, you know, some fielders taking 2 steps off the inner circle or off the boundary.
Pushed there by Marcelin. She'll get a run out to cover now. And she finally gets off the mark, and she's so interested in a second that was never on. Good take there by Sao. But it almost feels like a wait-and-see approach there by the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. As if they're going through the motions and they're doing all the right things, but they're not pushing a little bit harder for that extra wicket, for that moment That's a lovely drive through the square region, and that will go all the way to the boundary. And that's the first four there, eventually getting to carve one through just backward point area. And that's a wonderful four by Zyda James.
So yesterday in the game, there's a bit difference in how skipper Sammy was setting the field to James, because yesterday there wasn't any deep well, I would say a halfway mid wicket. She's neither in or the quick single there by Joel Call could run in between the wicket there. So as you saw, there wasn't any deep mid wicket for James. But now there's a deep wicket for her. Do you think that that's awareness of what happened between the partnership between Glasgow and Michelin, where Glasgow hit a couple runs to mid wicket corner there? Good call there by skipper James. Michelin was looking for the quick single, but Joseph was ready for it.
Windward starting to free up a little bit in this over. 6 runs in all so far. Not that it's been a bad over at all by Katie Giles. Marcelin pushes this one on to mid-on and will get an easy single there. Actually came through quickly for that one there. So good running there, putting a little bit of pressure. Katie Giles kicks it to in disgust. I don't think she was particularly happy with that one. After 5 overs, the Windward Islands are 12 without loss. After some comments from Ms. Brittany Cooper, I will be replaced by Mr. Hamza Mohammed.
Yes, a quiet game as for Windward Islands. 12 for no loss after 5. A very watchful James and Michelin, as we see, just been an improvement in the run in between the wicket. James having a new opening pad of Michelin. How are you, and good day, Mr. Mohammed?
Thank you very much. I'm okay, and special good afternoon to each and every one of you all locked in here at the Cricket Centre, the National Cricket Centre in Couva. Lovely weather for cricket. Happy we can get all 30 overs here. As of now, I should say. We all know how the weather can be.
I think we need to knock on wood, because the commentators curse. Oh, a healthy edge there by Michelin. A welcome for the Windward Island. I believe this is the first ball Khan has bowled to Michelin, as you take a look at the replay. Slip in place there, goes straight to hand.
Well, I was about to say, saying that this is the first time that she's going to be bowling to her. The previous over, she got 2 balls to kick just short of a length. And she had a bit of movement away as well. So I would have definitely still be bowling with the slip. It's still a brand new ball, only in the 6th over.
Yes, and you look at as we see a slip is finally going into play there. They might say a little too late, unfortunately. But yes, we are seeing again another deep mid wicket for the right hander, and she hasn't hit a ball there as yet. So a bit defensive from skipper Samu, but I'm happy that there's now slip seems to be second slip. Oh, well played, well bowled there. Great adjustment there by Khan. But as you see that that slip in place now, and Khan trying to keep that line and length, the need for the deep mid wicket is no more. You probably bring in that fielder to short mid wicket, or taking that short square and put a third man.
So a bit of false start there. Even self, if they want to have the fielder out for that extra protection, yes, I would have brought in that fielder in short, but even self, if they don't want the third man in, I would have sent back long on as well. If I'd force her to go straight, even bringing the slip into play as well. Because what you'll do, you'll cut out an easy single there, and if the batswoman, she wants to play and get runs, she has to go straight. Any movement away, slip automatically comes into play.
Yes, as you know, this is on the 90 try series, so a lot of learning will be taking place in this competition. A big appeal there by bowler Khan, but it seems to be drifting down the leg, looking at keeper Sao as he take a look at the replay.
If you can see this delivery compared to that first delivery, she ran in straight and got that angle, and hence the reason why she would have gotten that edge. So again, I think this is excellent bowling from Khan. I would still love to see her come a bit straighter and get that ball to jog back away.
That's it. I love when the bowler or the batter is right on cue after we make a comment. That's a beautiful line and line there by Khan.
And as you can see from there, she just a bit straighter she ran in, and automatically the ball did the work at the end there. But excellent bowling, I must say, from Khan. Just showing a bit of variation there. And you rightfully said something there, is that this is the under 19 stage. This is basically the final step before moving to that senior level. They'll want to get everything correct at this stage, I should say, before taking that next step. We all know going into that senior role, as we see the crowd we were talking about earlier, they're trickling in here one by one at the National Cricket Centre. Again, like we said before, lovely conditions for cricket. But just to go back on that point here, they want to correct as much as they can at this stage going into that senior role, because going there is a totally different pressure, but at least they'll have some experience going to that stage.
As rightfully said, when you transition into that senior stage, the space to make mistake is so slim. You know, sometimes you'll see probably at under 19 or under 15, under 17 level, when you give a batter a chance, sometimes next over or next 2 overs they get the batter out. But many times I've seen on the senior level, when you give a batter a chance, that batter goes on to score healthy. Oh, what a catch by, I believe it's Amelia Khan there, short forward square, and James standing on. She can't believe she's hit middle of that ball. Short ball there by Mitchell, but a welcome wicket for Trinidad and Tobago.
That wicket came out of nowhere, because that ball could have gone anywhere. It wasn't a quick delivery by any means as well, but credit goes to that catch. That was an excellent catch in the end.
James returned into the dugout, scoring 8 of 22 runs, and as we have here batter number 11, Nisha Cherry.
That's a huge wicket for Trinidad and Tobago to start things off, because they didn't just get an opening batter, they got a captain as well. So if you can start from the top and come down, it's always a psychological advantage. But from Trinidad's perspective now, they'll want to keep this pressure, because 16 for 1 and 6.2, it's early stages here still. But I think just by that wicket, favors slightly in Trinidad and Tobago's favor at the moment.
We saw yesterday's game, both openers, opening bowler Khan and Mitchell had Windward Island on the back foot, and as soon as they came off of the bowling and there was a bowling change where the spinners came off, we had a really, really good partnership between Glasgow and Michelin. So who knows, probably Windward Islands just needs to see how these two opening bowlers.
What the Trinidad Tobago bowlers are doing really well, they're using their variations, and I think as of now it's working for them. So it's good to see that Mitchell, they're just following up with a good slower delivery. It would have been very interesting if that was on target though.
Yes, again, a new batter, Cherry in. Straight down, a good bowling, good feeling there by Samar Ramnath. She may have just saved 3 runs.
Poor line there from Mitchell. Are we just trying a bit too much? Body just tilting a bit.
Well bowled there by Mitchell, but well played by Michelin.
Final delivery in the 7th over.
Again, another, not the best of ball from Mitchell, but it brings a wicket because you know, as the saying goes, bad balls give you wickets, short and wide there from Mitchell. And Mitchell just throwing her hands at it, and a good take by keeper Sow.
So, an excellent over there in the end from Mitchell. Probably not in the gameplay, but on paper, it's read as 2 wickets. So it's a double wicket in this over here. Both openers gone now. You mentioned something there, bad balls get you wicket.
Yep, bad balls.
Clearly that doesn't work for me.
You know it's hard as a bowler, you see you're running up, whether you're a spinner or a pacer, you're bowling the best of balls swinging, the ball had the batter square up, and then you know you come off the bowling, and then you come and see a bowler come with a nice sweet full toss or nice long hop and straight into the fielder hand.
I need to reassess that logic again and try it out. I might take off the bowling attack, but
but as you rightfully said, on paper, on the scorecard, they're going to say Mitchell got a wicket or Mohammed got a wicket from a bad ball.
So Khan, she's continuing here in her 4th over, took an excellent catch. An excellent catch the over before. What it does, it brings Glasgow and Cherry to the middle. From Windward Islands perspective, they'll be hoping that these two can build a partnership here because they're really in a spot of bother now with 18 for 2 after 7.1 overs. Run rate just about 2.5.
Similar conditions, Glasgow is coming into the wicket like yesterday. 2 quit the wickets at Windward Island, lost, and in came Glasgow and Michelin, and both Glasgow and Michelin had a great partnership of 6-3 that really helped Windward Island get to a decent score. So she I wouldn't say accustomed to being in this position, or a little pace there from Khan. A pacer to a pacer, and Glasgow being a pacer herself.
When you see something like that and a bowler is bowling her 4th over, probably the quickest delivery she's bowled so far, this is a really good sign from a Trinidad's perspective, but for Khan herself to bring her confidence level up.
Well left alone there by Glasgow.
We saw that she has one that could straighten to the right-hander. I would love to see if she could get one just to come in slightly to Glasgow here.
Well, she did bowl a couple to Glasgow yesterday, but as I say, a different condition here today.
Yeah, just a bit straighter on that occasion. But she has somewhat of a straightish, short, fine leg in position. I would still love to see that that fielder there go into a slip position. Because Khan, apart from that delivery, she's bowling really well.
Yes, really, really well.
She's opting just to take that straight line, but that ball is going to run away for 4. Just straying a bit on that occasion, and I wonder if it's because of the feel she has.
Yes, you know, a lot of bowlers, when they see they have that 4-5 feel, for them it thinks that, well, okay, I can bowl on both sides of the wicket. If I bowl on the offside, I have 5 fielders there. If I bowl on the onside, I have 4 fielders there. So the area for forcing, I would say forcing consistency, because if she was bowling to a 6-3 or 7-2, she know, okay, I have to stay. A skipper might more take a wide on the offside than the onside, because that is the line I want you to bowl. But it's a balanced field here. She'll know that even if she's too straight, there's some protection.
First boundary there for Glasgow. That first scoring shot for her as well. Oh, and did that jump just short? Oh, that's gonna run away.
Well saved there by Joseph. A violent effort there by Maria. Let's take a look at the replay. Yes, going straight at a hand, but unfortunately it seems like Maria probably closed her hand a little too early, as we might get a chance to look at that delivery after this over.
For a moment I thought it would have dropped just short, but it looked like it missed her hands completely and bounced off a tie there. Shot really, really well in the end there from Glasgow, but lucky to be out there still. She moves up to 6, and you were talking about those chances. Let's see if she can convert now. Maybe that's the bit of luck the Windward Islands team need.
Nice single there, run between Cherry and Glasgow. And at the end of the 8th over, Windward Islands 27 for 2. Taking another look at that catch. If our producer could just slow it down a little. Yes, hitting the right above the wrist area. All in all, we know drop catches are sometimes a part of the game. But, you know, this is national setup, you know. It may be on the 19, but at least 9 to 10 of these players in this on the 19 setup is currently training with the national senior team, so they are getting that experience or that higher level of coaching, or whenever they come to the national or senior training setup. Some of those players, or see Janaba Joseph, Mariah, Lafayette, we have Kira Manpol, Felini Samaru, Samara Ramnath. We have Amelia Khan. We have Miss Mitchell, and we also have the keeper Sal. Oh, I think it's almost everyone who in this 11 there trained with the national senior team. So they know about being under pressure or training at a high intense level.
Another good delivery there from Mitchell. She's bowling really slow. Right? Probably just trying to bowl those off cutters and get some punches. It's not strange at all with the way the modern game is right now. Seeing that she picked up a couple wickets. First one short, hit straight to the fielder. The second one a bit slower, but like you said, wasn't the best of deliveries, but it's working for her so far.
Yes. Chance little in swing there from Mitchell. You know, you're saying if it's working, why change it?
Yeah. But what she has done throughout it all, she's kept a good line.
Yes, a lot of improvement compared to yesterday. As she and Khan had a really, really good opening spell between each other. Another dot ball there. Yesterday, Khan and Mitchell bowled 4 overs straight each, but today we see Mitchell, she's bowling out her quarter of over, so we know we are not going to see. She has one more over available. Is skipper going to, let her bowl out or hold her back for opportunity to bowl with the older ball?
Yeah, yesterday the game was reduced to 25 overs team. Today we're back to the allotted 30. So she'll have one more after this, but she's bowled 4.4 overs, 11 runs, 2 wickets. So sometimes captains would do that and just hold back that one later on for the innings. Sometimes you'll think that it's later on and they bring them back just to break the momentum. But the skipper has a lot of options in store here.
Yes, you have a lot of options. You have the option of 2 other medium pacer in Manpol and Joseph. And also have the option of Harry Turan, Rihanna Harry Turan, who is a medium pacer as well.
So Mitchell just keeping it steady so far. Another good over comes to an end. So at the end of over number 9, the score now 30 for 2. Glasgow and Sherry just trying to build a bit of a partnership here. Trying to restore some things back into this innings for the Windward Islands.
Are we going to see the first bowling change here for Trinidad and Tobago? It looks like Harry Turan is going to take over the bowling from the northern end from Amelia Khan.
Yeah, we see that Trinidad and Tobago flag there just swaying in the breeze. Getting a lot of breeze here. I saw the previous over, that dust just going across the field. You have Brianna Haricharan. She's going to bowl from that end. That end we like to call the bamboo patch end here at the National Cricket Centre.
As you see, is Mala Durgan, who's now replacing Cam from the northern end. Harry Charles look just as short and as stature. So our apologies to the viewers. Is Amala Durgan is bowling from the northern end. A full ball there placed straight back down the ground from Glasgow. I would say well played by Glasgow. You know, sometimes you see a nice full flighted ball and decides up to hit it over middle wicket or corner, and the eyes lit up and the balls just seem to dip under our bat.
Marla would say that's the dipper. Not a good delivery there again. She's just trying to find her rhythm there. But all in all, I like this ploy from her. She's given the ball a lot of air. And with that breeze going across the ground as well, she would get some drift into the right-hander. And I don't think that's a bad ploy at all.
A misfield there by, I believe, Roberts, and a welcome boundary there for Glasgow.
So a welcome boundary here from the Windward Islands team. Takes the score up to 37 for 2. Glasgow now striking her second boundary of her innings. Remember, she was dropped on 4. So she'll want to make good use of that here and build on that. And make a big score here for her team. They need one at the moment. So not a good delivery there. So at the end of 10 overs, the score 38 for 2. Any thoughts on a projected score here so far?
Well, we saw yesterday Windward Island around the same stage had just lost 2 quick wickets, and well, the rebuilding process. I would say average we're looking at 125, 130, as long as Cherry and Glasgow continue to build a partnership here.
Yeah, the Windward Islands team, they were batting 30 for 2 the same stage yesterday, so make a big score here. So 38 for 2. So a welcome boundary here from the Windward Islands team. Takes the score up to 37 for 2. So she will want to make good use of that here and build on that. And make a big score here for her team. They need one at the moment. So not a good delivery there. So at the end of 10 overs, the score 38 for 2. So
And it looks like Mitchell is going to bowl her sixth and final over of today. Looking to try a senior bowler get the senior batter of Glasgow out.
I think this is a good move though from the Trinidad and Tobago team. She already has that rhythm going in. She picked up a couple wickets, a couple overs before. Why not try and get another one or possible two here to end her spell?
Well respected there by Glasgow. Mitchell bowling to a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a fine leg, the fine leg. Short third man, backward point, cover, short cover, extra cover, and looks like a short backward square.
It's a good delivery there.
Two dot balls already in this over for Mitchell. Clipped off the pads there from Glasgow. Big Cherry on strike.
Just looking to cut that ball, but just tie down a bit there.
A similar ball that got her second wicket.
This is really good bowling here from Mitchell. She has one delivery to finish her spell. She's only gone for 13 so far. 5.5 overs. She'll want to finish off good here. Long on, long off, bump in the circle now. That's an excellent finish here to her spell. So she finishes with figures of 2 for 13 after 6 overs. The score after 11, 39 for 2.
Yes, a better improvement here for Katie Jazz Mitchell. Only 1 over more than yesterday. You know, it was a rain. Reduced the over to 25. Yesterday she bowled 5 overs, 22 runs and 1 wicket. Today having 2 wickets, 13 runs in 6 overs. So really, really good improvement here from Katie Jazz, being able to dismiss the 2 opening batters.
Again, another flighted delivery there from Amala.
Let's go, Amala, let's go. One, Sam, one!
We'll be pushing for 2 here. It seems like a misfield that's going to cost Trinidad Tobago 3 runs. Again, poor fielding there on the boundary by Samara Ramnath.
Next one, let's go.
Unfortunate for bowler Amala Durgan, who is bowling to her field.
That's the second misfield in 2 overs off a bowler that went to the boundary. Not really helping her figures here because she's not bowling bad at all. Windward Islands, they would take it as they're getting it. Pushes the score up to 43 now.
keep going. One more. Let's go.
That's chipped on the ground, played really nicely there.
Well
But there's
done.
protection out there. You only get one.
Well done, Maria.
Praises there from keeper
Nice one, DJ.
Sal. Well played there by Glasgow. Glasgow will be tempted by those slices ball being a ball by the Oregon, but I believe the fact that she is a senior player on this Windward Islands, she'll know the importance, and she's in really, really good form.
Excellent delivery there.
Well, Amala. Well, Amala. Let's go, ladies. Support her, ladies.
I would love to see her get a similar delivery like that to Glasgow. And just to
Bowling
tempt
girl.
Glasgow a bit. Because she's bowling a bit more full to her.
Nothing.
This is excellent bowling
Well,
here.
ball.
And I like the fact that she brought in a slip, and as soon as I said that, the slip comes out. Or just changing there. So
Let's go, Amala.
So one ball to go and it's over already, 5 runs off it.
Oh.
Janaba Joseph feel that slip.
Now, at the end of the 12th over, Windward Island 44 for 2. In yesterday's game, both teams had a high dot ball percentage. Trinidad Tobago had a dot ball percentage of 64%, and Windward Island just one short with 63%. It's something that happens not only in the senior team but in international cricket in the West Indies. The failure to rotate a strike and to pick up those odd single has always been a difficult thing for women's cricket in the Caribbean. What do you think we can do at this age level in terms of trying to make batters aware of trying to reduce the amount of dot balls, because 64 and 63 is a lot, especially in a 30 over game?
Now, this is a discussion that has been going on for a number of years, not only in the women's game, but in men's game as well. Because, and just to stray a little from the question you're asking, if you look at the teams that are on top right now, they are the ones that make the best use of those quote-unquote middle overs, right? They rotate the strike, picks up ones and twos. But what those teams have, they have those innovative batsmen, if you want to call it that. Those batswomen, they just take the game away initially. It's a kind of mind game scenario because on one hand, you want these players to play correct. But in the modern game, what is correct? So you understand what I'm trying to say there?
Yeah.
Because if you have, for example, Glasgow play a reverse sweep and goes for 4, all well and fine. She plays a reverse sweep and gets caught. What's going to happen when she comes in the dugout?
Yes, that's a really good argument, because sometimes they say, go out there, express yourself, try things, and then when you try things and you don't succeed, back in the dugout, it's like, why you try to play that shot? Why you try to run around and stuff like that? And cricket has evolved so much compared to when T20 now coming into play, which is about, I believe, 12 to 15 years ago, and the amount of franchise cricket that's being played now. You see the elevation of shot, the tricky shot. A long time all we knew about was the Dilshan scoop. It had the first sweet paddle, have the nutmeg in women's cricket. There's so much involvement in cricket around the world that, slowly and surely we batters have to adapt to and bring into our game to, as I say, avoid that middle over period where there seems to be a lot of dot balls.
But I think this is where the relationship in the dressing room and players, it's so crucial, because something else that I want to just make mention of it. If you have players being tied down out there, but you know for a fact they could try something else we call rash, trying to get back that momentum, but not face the consequences if it goes wrong from the dressing room. You would have them more confident out there. So I think, like I say, it goes back to the drawing board, it goes back to the dressing room, and how much they can trust their instinct, but must so have that trust that they're not going to get penalized for doing what they do out there.
Yes, and as you see, a change from Sullen and Ramnath replacing medium pace Mitchell. Yeah, we spoke about, we always talk about accepting criticism or critique, as some may say, and being responsible or taking ownership for your game. But there's not many coaches, I would say not many coaches that allow players to be themselves, and being yourself means taking responsibility. So if you happen to play that shot and you get dismissed, that one is on you. But I am still allowing you to be tricky or play short and such, because how much the game has involved. You can't keep telling a young player, play in the V, play straight, stuff like that. Play straight, play in the V, and when a bowler running up and just a back of a leg or short ball or those Yorker when you have to go under to scoop and stuff like that. I think the game is gone past that textbook teaching. Gather your thoughts, gather your words.
I want to say something that might take a while here, especially get some input from you as well. So you have one delivery. That's actually the end of the over. So the score now 46 for 2 after 13. What I was about to say, just to add to that point about being yourself out there, when Brendan McCullum took over the England team and they interviewed Ben Stokes said the reason for their success is they went out there and they got the opportunity to be themselves. That's one. But it goes back to the dressing room again, and it goes back to off the field. Being themselves is one thing. Perfecting what they do during that training session leading up to the game, that's something else. And they were giving that opportunity to express themselves both on and off the field as well.
Yes, you say you can't walk on to a pitch and just play a scoop or a reverse. The likes of Ben, so even Giroud, we see Giroud is now playing this kind of shot in Test cricket. Nobody would expect to see someone playing a reverse sweep or reverse scoop to a pacer. But the fact is that practice has to go, as we see a train from the southern end. Janaba Joseph replacing the likes of Amala Durgan. So it's a lot of. It will always have a back and forth. It will always have that back and forth discussion about yes, no, but while doing this cricket, they never used to do that long time, and they used to score so much runs, and the highest score 400. So simple. I have no problem with simple, but as you say, that trust that Brendan McCullum allow his players to as I say, take responsibility or take ownership. You come to a training session like, coach, I want to practice my reverse sweep. All right, cool, coach. Right. And a coach allow that player to do stuff like that. So it's not, a coach should never be someone to say, hey, I want you to do A, and nothing else. You do what I say, your opinion doesn't matter. But I think some coaches nowadays are adapting to the fact that, okay, players have opinions, players have an idea how or what to do in terms of the career, because at the end of the day, the coach is not stepping out on that field with you. The coach is not going to be standing up right by the stump and saying, hey, this is the shot that should be playing now, or this is the ball that should be playing now. Because when they step out, it's just you, your skipper, or the 8 other fielders, or 9 other fielders that's going to be on the field.
You see that player we mentioned earlier, Janaba Joseph, is into the attack. Keeping it really steady here is the Trinidad and Tobago team. Windward Islands, they are approaching that 50-run mark. Oh, it's a bit of a mix-up there, but they'll get home quite nicely in the end. Brings up the 50 for the Windward Islands. And just the last point on that topic again, I think it all goes back to the culture of a dressing room and there's trust between players and management. And I think by having that, players will easily, well, more easily adapt in trying to better their game out there, but go back again to trying and get as much runs in that crucial middle over stages. It's a loud appeal there, but that ball just straight down the leg. But it's quite remarkable, again, from a modern day perspective, that this topic is still on discussion years upon years now.
I don't think that it is going to end anytime soon. I think it will always be a discussion on the lips of the modern cricketer and the old-time fashion cricketer, or not only just cricketer but coach. But we have seen how successful it move straight drive there from Glasgow. Yes, we've seen how successful it is, and if you see that, sometimes what working for others may not work for you and your team. But nothing wrong with trying, because if you did something before and it wasn't successful, nothing wrong with trying something new. And we're seeing a lot of teams now are adapting to the baseball concept. So, never know.
It's an excellent delivery there. Good day by the keeper. So at the end of 14 overs, the score now 51 for 2. See that breeze again from the players' t-shirts here. Of a strong breeze blowing across the ground.
Nice. It's a crowd that's gathering today. Not only on the 10, we have some on the top, the bleachers. There have some even on the mango tree because the sun is extra hot here. Thankfully, we are inside in AC.
Samara Ramnath continuing here from the commentary. Had a good first over, just going for 2 runs.
Umpire asking I think the physio to step off or a little more to the side. Him being all in red as well.
I'm really happy that they kept that slip-in position.
As you see from camera, that does blow in from east to west. Nice sweep there by Glasgow, being chased by Khan. Pulling that back for just 2 runs. Yesterday, Samara Ramnath bowled from the north end, so it's a good challenge for her today, bowling from the south end with that breeze blowing from east. When it's not as easy when you bowling from an end where you have to try, especially a left-hander who's on strike now, to keep that line consistent.
Excellent there. I know we're talking about probably trying different things because of this breeze that's blowing across, I would have loved to see her go from over the wicket with a natural angle and probably use whatever drift she would have gotten after. That's a lot of field there, and given that ball was probably crashing into leg stump.
What do you know? We are just commentators. Looking at the replay, a straightforward decision by Empire Parabity Glasgow, playing a harsh shot there and just going across the line. Disappointment as she steps, walk off the field. A welcome wicket before water break, as you see Empires are now deciding to take a water break. As we take a break ourselves, because we might be in AC, but we still have to quench our thirst.
And welcome back to the cricket here at the National Cricket Centre in the Tri-Nation Women's Under-19 series here between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. Samara Ramnath, who has been bowling really, really well, has taken a first wicket, and it's a big wicket that Abjani Glasgow followed up a well-played 50 yesterday with 25 today. She'll be disappointed that she didn't get more. The new batter is Anisha Fontaine. 3 deliveries left in the 15th over. Andrew Chan here alongside my good friend Hamza Mohammed. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Walaikum assalam, Andrew. It's always a pleasure to be on commentary here with you.
Yeah, most definitely. And so Katie Jazz Mitchell picking up 2 early wickets to just peg back the Windwards a little bit. I'm not striking with that big wicket there. Good delivery outside the off stump. And she's been bowling really well. You and Brittany Cooper had a lot of fun analysing her action and her trajectory on commentary. Finishes off the over very strongly, just 2 runs off the over and the important wicket of Jenny Glasgow at the end of 15. It's 54 for 3 to Windward Islands. Continues here, Janaba Joseph from the, I want to christen that the bamboo patch end, because there's so many lovely bamboo patches on that side. Hamza Muhammad.
Yeah, I've been calling it that. The bamboo patch end and the commentary end. You see that dust again. That strong breeze there blowing across the ground.
Yeah, it's a veritable dust bowl here at the National Cricket Centre. Smattering of fans sheltering in the indoor cricket nets. The western side of the ground. It's a full delivery. Lucky to get away with that one in terms of a no ball there. Janava Joseph. Bit of a mixed bag from her so far. Let's have a look at this one.
Probably just below the waist there. Good intentions here from Sherry. She's been out there for a while now. She's on 8 of 23 deliveries. Fontaine, who's just joining to replace Glasgow. Yet to get off the mark.
It's a good delivery coming back in. And she's actually bowled. That's bowled. Clipping the top of the off stump there. And Janava Joseph strikes. Nisha Cherry goes. Windward slip into further trouble here. 54 for 4.
Yeah, I was now seeing she's been out there for a long time. She hasn't really had a comfortable stay out there. Fortunately, that comes to an end for her. Windward Islands, they now slip into further trouble. The score here, 54 for 4 after 15.3 overs. They really need two of them to stay out there. In their perspective, hopefully in the form of Crease and Fontaine, but it looks like Crease has forgotten her gloves. Just being reminded about that from Cherry. Have you ever forgotten your gloves while walking to the crease, Andrew?
Well.
Have you ever got the opportunity to bat, I should have?
No. I don't think I've ever forgot my gloves. Have I ever forgot my gloves? No, I'm not a helmet wearing person either, so can't say I forgot my helmet. Of course, you never walk out without forgetting your protector, Hamza Muhammad. Danella Crease, the new batter. So a good opportunity here for the Trinidad Tobago team to just put a little bit more fielding pressure on these two new batters, because it's two brand new batters at the crease. It'll have to be a complete rebuild here for the Windward Under-19 team.
You mentioned before Janaba Joseph just trying to find her rhythm here. Maybe that's what she needs to raise her confidence level a bit. Good delivery there, picking up. Excellent wicket. Trinidad really building the pressure here on this Windward Islands team. There we go, Janava Joseph. That's good. So this is good here from Joseph. A really much better over in terms of line. She has a good length so far, but keeping it steady on that off stump line.
Yeah, the bowlers haven't targeted the stumps enough. I think that's an important thing here. There's not been a lot of bowl, not been a lot of leg befores. So I think the bowlers need to target the stumps a little bit more here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Even as I mentioned it when Mitchell was bowling, when she picked up those double wickets, I said, love to see her target those stumps a bit more, especially to the new batters going out there. Force them to play rather than settle and get comfortable.
Good delivery again. And she strikes again, Janaba Joseph. That's LBW. Danella Crease scores. Janaba Joseph is on a roll. And at the end of 16, the Windward Islands have slipped to 54 for 5.
First glance there, that ball looked like it was crashing into middle and leg. And I think that's an excellent decision there from the umpire. Crease isn't too happy. Walking out there dejectedly.
I think she thought she got a stride in and may have, and with that stride may have struck outside the line of the off stump. Hence the reason she questioned the umpire's decision. Nothing doing here. Nisha Alexander is the new batter coming out. And the Windward Islands in all sorts of trouble right now.
Yesterday, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they would have chased down 116, winning by 3 wickets with 2 balls to spare. A marine affected game yesterday. Match reduced to 25 overs per side. Trinidad and Tobago, they would have that momentum, Andrew, coming into today's game, but totally different conditions here.
Yeah, it's interesting yesterday. The pacers of KD Jazz, Mitchell, or the seam-ups of Mitchell and Khan had the Windward Islands quite quiet yesterday. But it's the second change bowlers, the Samara Ramnaths and the Janaba Josephs of this world, who are really doing the damage here in the middle overs. That's excellent delivery there from Ramnath. And she's coming into her own. In the last 2 overs, she's had some really, really good deliveries. Now she's really settling in and enjoying her work. And she also picked up 2 wickets yesterday. So she has some form behind her as well. And as I say that, that one is hit right back overhead. A lovely little shot there by Fontaine. Straight back over the bowler's head. Something to work with for the batter. And certainly taking advantage of that one. First boundary we've seen in some time.
That's an excellent shot there, just breaking the pressure a little bit. And you know, sometimes, Andrew, shots like that, it's what the batting team would need to start that momentum building process. Especially you're already on the back foot, you're already lost 5 wickets halfway through, not much runs on the board. So that's excellent there from Fontaine. I would love to see her continue to play her shots out there, try and put back pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Let's see how Ramnath responds. First time she's been challenged for the game. Really a lovely flowing shot from Fontaine, you have to say. Good response here from the spinner. Dragging that one back a little bit. Played with due respect by Fontaine as well.
I would have loved to see Ramnath keep both those fielders in the circle and force Fontaine to try and play that big shot again, but she has something different in mind here.
Beautiful delivery there. Good flight, good bounce, good turn.
What are your thoughts on that, Andrew?
It's a good thought, but I would say keep the fielders out. Maybe she'll try for the shot again, and then they'll give me an easy catch for long on or long off. So it could work either way, really and truly. But the thing is, Fontaine hit that one perfectly straight. When you hit it perfectly straight, there's nothing you can really get. And this one is a misfield at square leg, and they get a fortuitous single here. And that should end the 17th over. At the end of 17, the Windward Islands 59 for 5. Janaba Joseph pegging them back with a double wicket, with 2 wickets as well. And then Samara Ramnath has 1 wicket as well. KD Jasmittle doing the early damage. Actually, the over isn't complete yet. That one is straight back past the bowler. Another wonderful 4 here. And Fontaine is really enjoying Ramnath, putting off a game a little bit. But the Trinidad and Tobago squad shouldn't be too worried, Hamza Mohammed.
Certainly not. But again, I like that Fontaine is playing her shots here. Takes the Windward Islands team up now to 63 for 5. Ramnath going for some 9 runs in that last over.
Looks to be another bowling change here. And that's Zakia Harry Paul, I believe.
Zakia.
Harry Lal that's coming in to bowl from the bamboo patch end. One of the shortest players on the field there, Zakia Harilal, and I've enjoyed watching her run around. She's a real live wire in the field, running with zest from point to point. So let's see how she goes with the ball here. Advancing down the track is Alexander to try to get that one. Sent a little bit wide by Harilal when she adjustment when the batter was dancing up the pitch there a little bit.
Yeah, Harilal just anticipating the movement there from the batter.
That one will be a wide for sure.
Yeah, words of encouragement there from the wicketkeeper. Oh, one long off deep mid wicket. Fine leg.
There she gets a radar right. Fishing for that one, Miss Alexander. Glad she didn't get an edge on that one. I think there needs to be a little protection here for Harilal coming down to the third man region. This one's high in the air. Long one comes around. It bounces short of Roscoe. And it's a long run there for Alexander.
Yeah, Andrew, I totally agree with you. I would have loved to see that fine leg into third man position. So far, she's just keeping it outside that off stump.
A wild swing there. This one gets through the keeper. Wheeler's coming around. Signal from the umpire is buys.
Just negotiated there from Fontaine.
A straight park past the bowler. A diving stop by Katie Giles Mitchell coming around from long off. And that's a good throw in as well. Stopping a definite boundary and just a single there. Excellent work from Mitchell. And that will end the 18th over after 18. The Windward Islands 67 for 5. We haven't seen Shalini Samaru yet. Turning her arm over with the ball. And I'm not sure if it was the wisest decision to replace Janaba Joseph from that bamboo patch end with Samara Ramnath, especially as she'd taken 2 wickets in the last over, and Shalini Samaru has brought herself on. This is Samaru replaces Ramnath from the southern end of the ground. Harry Lal replaced Janaba Joseph, who had taken 2 wickets. So I think, I'm not sure if that was the smartest move here, but Samaru has brought herself on. We need to keep that pressure on the Windwards. This one is struck into the cover region. It's a really good stop there by the fielder. Have to go down as a half chance maybe. Janaba Joseph, that is, gets encouragement from her skipper. Have to look on the replay of that one. It might go down as a very, very difficult drop catch.
Oh, a bit of bounce there from Samaru. But Fontaine, she's playing her shots and she's not afraid to do that, making her intentions clear, and I like that. Keane just hitting that straight to the fielder there at long on. This is really good from Fontaine. I would love to see her carry on this momentum in that vein. 18.4 overs, Andrew. 68 for 5.
Well, we have the manager of the Windward team here coming up, or the assistant coach, I should say, who will be joining us at the end of this over. He'll be joining you, Hamza. I'll take a little break, and you can chat with this wonderful lady, and she can give you a brilliant insight into what's going on with her squad. Big swing down there, down to Lafoucard at long on. Misfield there. Will they come back for the second? A bit of hesitation. Throw, is the throw coming in at the non-strikers? And it does not. Real miscommunication there from the 2 Windward Islands batters. Just 1 run. That bit of pressure that the Trinidad and Tobago have built up with these wickets in the middle over, just getting to the Windward's young woman here. And that will end the 19th over. At the end of 19, the Windward Islands 69 for 5, as Hamza Mohammed is joined by the Windward Islands assistant coach for the next couple overs.
So I'd like to welcome on commentary now the assistant coach of the Windward Islands team, Ms. Samantha Lynch. Thoughts on your team so far?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. And this, I mean, I thought I was having a good look from downstairs, but you certainly have the picturesque view up here. And I'm envying you at this moment. The game, I think, is an exciting one. The girls are in the second game today. I believe that they would be batting the 30 overs. What are your thoughts?
69 for 5 and 19.1 overs. Yesterday, at this stage, they were batting 82 for 3. So a bit behind right now as compared to yesterday, but it's totally different conditions here. It's a 30 over game today as compared to a 25 over game yesterday. We see Harry Lal continue. It's down the leg there, wide. Should be signaled by the umpire. And as I was saying, if these two, they have the opportunity right now to build on a partnership, take it into parts, probably next 5 overs, if we can get about 30, 35 runs in the next 5 overs, get close to that 100 mark, but keep those 5 wickets in hand. They could probably try to maximize the last 5. As you see, another wide there from Harilal. But Fontaine, she's certainly shown her intentions out there.
Yes, and that is basically what you want from the game. You want the players to show intent, always look for a single, always look for a run, because at the end of the day, runs is what matters, and we need to ensure that we put a total on the board that we are able to defend. When you look at the game yesterday, it came down to the wire, chasing, but Trinidad chasing 130 runs. So one can, you know, suggest that with 130, 135 runs on the board, that we can give Trinidad and Tobago a run for their money. And when you look at that shot, you know the intention by Miss Alexander is to score runs, and that is important in any format of the game, runs.
So there are about 65 runs from that total right now. Again, it's a swipe there. So a good over there from Harilal.
The ideal situation for Windwards basically was to see Janelia bat deeper in the innings, and she had a good run yesterday. She had a good partnership with Nisha. Today she fell a little short while trying to build a partnership, and we just hoping that the other batters would have seen what she did, play the ball straight, play the ball on their merit, and look to rotate the strike and build a partnership again, because we do need the partnership. Partnership is important. It frustrates the opponent and puts you in the driving seat while rotating the strike.
The captain now, Shalini Samaru, to continue. Oh, just backing away. She needs to be careful, because Samaru has the ability to just skate through a couple with those arm balls. So very interesting contest here between her and Alexander.
What you see is that the pitch is keeping a little low as well. So she needs to be careful, and she needs to get behind the ball and ensure that when it keeps low, she is able to play the ball, either to get a run or to defend the ball.
Fontaine hasn't had much of the strikers of late. Lofted shot there through that cover region, and they'll go back for 2 in the end. Fontaine a few overs ago was playing very similar to the way Alexander was playing, and I was saying I just want to see they connect with those deliveries and try to build some sort of a momentum for the back end of the innings here for this Windward Islands team. But it's very important that they don't lose a wicket for this next couple overs.
Certainly is. It is a good day for cricket. The weather is better than it was yesterday at this time. It rained, forcing the overs to be cut to 25. It's much better and sunny and nice day for cricket here. And it looked like Samaru got the better of Fontaine as she is bowled. And we were just saying that she needs to, you know, pay attention to what the ball is doing, because it is keeping low at times, and those lofted shots, not a problem with them when they're outside the off stump, but if you're going to be playing shots like those, they better not be threatening your stump. And we see that she made that fatal error, trying to go one too many, ball on stump, and she was bowled.
And that ball turned a lot after it bounced as well. So Samaru, she picks up her first wicket.
Samaru basically would know Fontaine's style of cricket. They played in the just concluded Under-19 World Cup. They were also in a training camp together in Antigua. So I guess these are the advantages that you take away from being in a training camp with a player. You get to know their style of batting. You get to know the their MOs, and you basically can outfox them once you have the skill, which Samaru is certainly is not short in that area.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time as well. When you hear names like Shalili Samaru, you think that they've just been around cricket like forever and ever, and they're only at the under-19 level here right now.
Well, it speaks well for Trinidad and Tobago cricket in that we know that over the past years, Trinidad has always welcomed opportunities to have a visiting team come and play. And I believe that is one of the ways that we can build cricket in the Caribbean at an early age. You have so many under-19 tournaments going on at this time, and more cricket you get is the better for you. We need to be in the middle. They need to be in the middle, and that's where they pick up all the tricks of the trade. In the net's good, you want to learn a skill, fine, but at the end of the day, you must be able to transfer that net skill in the middle. So that's the end of over number 21. Windward's is 74 for 6. Another 74 needed, you think, from 9 overs?
I think if the Windward Islands team can muster up, let's just say around 60, yeah, 60 to 70, but they have 9 overs remaining, like you said. That's 54 deliveries. 74 runs from 9 overs. The way cricket has been playing, it's nothing, but with only 4 wickets in hand.
The wicket column is the problem for Windwards at the moment. And the way Alexander is batting, you know she's taking no prisoners. She just needs to be mindful of the fact that if her hand and eye coordination fails, then the bowler might be all over her.
So we have Amala Durgadeen. She's back into the attack.
It might be a bit easier to play the pace at this point. The way Alexander is batting, she doesn't really need to negotiate too much the space bowler, because the ball comes through and you can basically hit through the line. Well played. As a matter of fact, it's the first ball I've seen her defend.
So that's actually Brianna Haricharan. She's coming from that bamboo patch end.
She is giving Nisha the balls outside her off stump, and she is saying to her, if you want to hit me down to mid-wicket, you need to fetch the ball from outside off, or you need to have the skill to go through covers. So pretty smart bowling given the circumstances and the context of the game at this time. Okay, so she decided she will give a little blight to the Windward's team, and she spread that one wide, and umpire is taking a peek and signal no ball. So that's 5 runs for Windwards. Of course, 5 runs that they are certainly going to be grateful and thankful for.
Yeah, that's 5 runs gifted there to the Windward Islands team. They'll take it as they get it. Maybe that 74 runs isn't bad after all. So it's a free hit on show here. Let's see what Alexander can do. She's been going after a few. Hasn't had much luck so far. Let's advance it there. Not connecting at all.
Well done, Brianna. Well done.
So the ball right back in Trinidad's court, because she gave one away and she gets a free hit for dot ball. And I realize and I noticed, and I've made mention to my team, that dot balls really and truly is golden hair. When for Trinidad, we need to be able to rotate the strike a little more. We have had too many dot balls, and we know that dot balls sometimes turn out to win matches, because not every time you will be able to hit a 6 and a 4, but rotating the strike is going to put pressure on the fielding team. They have a different person to bowl at, and their concentration will have to be spot on in effecting the kind of bowling that Trinidad would want them to maintain and to restrict Windwards to a small total. Well played. That's Abini St. John. She, again, another of the under-19 players who have just returned from South Africa. So we have quite a lot of under-19s here in participating in this tournament who played in the recent under-19 World Cup. I mean, at 19, I'm sure Brittany would have loved to be playing cricket at the World Cup level, and having such a good start, an early start into a World Cup event, certainly speak well for the preparation and the experience that Windwards and Trinidad players would have experienced.
So that's a wicket.
Again,
that's a wicket there for Hari Charan to finish off over number 22. We was talking about Windwards not losing a wicket here. Trinidad and Tobago, they're keeping this pressure on this Windward Islands team. At the end of 22, as I take my leave now, the score 82 for 7. I'd leave you in the hands of Brittany Cooper and Miss Samantha Lynch to continue the rest of the innings.
As we see new batter coming into the wicket, Destiny Edward coming to join Abini St. John to continue to build a partnership with Windward Islands. 82 for 7 in the 22nd over. But may I have the assistant coach now? You have there's so much cap you have won in your career, being a player, assistant coach, most likely manager, I believe. Talk us through a little bit of some of those caps you have won in your career thus far, Samantha Lynch.
well, I have been privileged. Thank you for having me, Brittany. And I mean, one gets very nervous when you're sitting down in next to this, in a seat next to the esteemed Brittany Cooper, experienced West Indian player. As it speaks to cap, I have worn a lot of cap, but they all seem to fit very well. So I have been the assistant coach for Windward's under 19. I have been the head coach for Windward under 19. I am the head coach for St. Vincent female team and the head coach for Windward Islands senior team in preparation now for the tournament, the regional tournament that will be held in May. So, I mean, 4 caps is not a lot. I actually intend to have about 5 caps before the end of the year.
Once it could fit, opportunity there for easy single to long on, but a bit bad communication between two batters. But I know that's not the only cap you're saying. I've seen you in the maroon. I've seen you with that burgundy cap on. Come on, tell me. Don't hold back on them. Just let them feed them your knowledge and your experience that if you have chance for a run out here again.
Yes, I have had the privilege to be a part of the West Indies senior women team camp in Antigua, and I believe you are a part of that camp. From what I've seen in the last World Cup, I think the information that I passed on worked well. You seem to have played some of the best cricket you could play at this stage. So I would believe that my expertise at that camp was experienced by you. I also was privileged to travel with the under-19 women team to Miami when we played against the U.S. We were not successful in terms of winning the series. However, a lot of experience and a lot of preparation was put into that camp. And going to India as well with the West Indies under 19. What we saw there was a young team growing, and we see so much prospects. And we just have to make sure that we continue to push and we continue to inspire these young ladies to be the best that they can be. Some of them went on from the World Cup, the under 19 World Cup, to the senior women team World Cup. Again, more experience playing alongside the skipper, the well-experienced IPL MVP in the last IPL women tournament. And I'd just like to shout out and say, you know, congratulations that the Caribbean, West Indies, would have produced the most valuable player in that tournament. So yes, I've been around and still looking to, you know, gain from the experiences that are out there for me, and that's all I can basically do, prepare myself.
The end of 23rd over Windward Island, 86 for 7. Another tight over there by Samara Ramnath. Trinidad and Tobago keeping the pressure on Windward Islands here. A big partnership needed between this pair, Edward and Alexander. Now, you spoke about being the assistant coach for the under-19 on the tour to USA and India, where we weren't successful in winning any games. But look back at the team now, and look back at the team that went to South Africa, or even some of the players who are playing in the Tri Nations series. Can you share light in terms of, you know, from me, in my eyes, the vast improvement in that short space of time under the likes of you and Steve Liebert? I know Chris to an extent. It's good. So good running between the wicket, between Alexander St. John. That's what Windward Islands needs right now. If you can hit it over the boundary, you run. As we know that, you know, not every run scored in cricket is a boundary. But just to share light, you know, how the improvement of the players in the past versus 6 months.
Yes, I was actually looking to see that single before I comment. So, from the start of the tour to the US, I believe that what West Indies would have done in ensuring that they took every opportunity to get the girls in a camp, get the girls training, get the girls playing together. And we know when you play together and you train together, you get to understand your game a lot better. And that is basically what took place for those past 6 months. I mean, coming back from the World Cup, they went to a camp. We can just hope that the continuation is long-lived. We hope that every experience West Indies get to put these girls in training, and I mean even training alongside the senior team in Antigua would have given them a boost. They had the senior girls supporting them, and as we see, sorry to cut short my comment on the under-19, Destiny Edwards just bowled. We are definitely struggling here, Windwards. We now 89 for 8, 2 wickets in hand. The lesser mortals, we would want to say, as it relates to batting skills, are going in, but you never know. Sometimes those are the persons that are difficult to get out, and once they understand that they need to bat through the innings, look to rotate the strike, play fearless cricket. We don't want perfection. We want people to be brave at their endeavors and learn from the experience. As this tournament and this series that we have, the Tri-Nation series, is a series where we want the girls to learn about cricket, learn the game, learn and understand their method, learn and understand their way of playing, and building on what they already have. So we are just hoping that out of this Tri-Series, we would see some improvement. Persons would have achieved their own personal goals and look to make a break into the under-19 team.
Yes, a really good opportunity for some young players. A lot of players here on both teams who have had the opportunity to play last year in the under-19 Rising Star with the likes alongside Guyana, Barbados, you had Jamaica, also had USA, who were the visiting team. So a lot of cricket needed to be played at this age because in women's cricket we are not fortunate to have like how the boys have the under 13, under 15, under 17, and sometimes on the 10th street level. We don't have as much franchise cricket going on, not only in the Caribbean but around the world. It's like every month you see a new competition started, and so much opportunity for men. But as we speak right now, you spoke about our skipper Haley Matthews. You'll see the likes of Haley Matthews, Shamila Connell, Deandra Dutton, Shemaine Campbell, Stephanie Taylor, who are currently in Hong Kong playing in a fair big tournament. So kudos to see a nice, healthy group of senior women players playing in another franchise tournament. As you see the end of the 24th over, Windward Island 89 for 8.
Yes, we are privileged. I believe we're privileged to have so many women breaking into those different franchises. And not only just being a part of the franchise, but claiming positions such as MVP, most runs, most wickets. That is good, and that speaks volume to how much preparation is going into the cricket these days. Because when I played cricket, there was only one tournament, the regional tournament, and that was it until the next year. So we have to welcome every opportunity we get to make sure inject monies and inject the as that was a wayward throw by Maria, having Windwards add 2 runs to their score. And I mean, I'm not complaining. I mean, hey, we need the runs, and however they come, we can appreciate them. But yes, having under 19 team playing, it's a good thing. But what I want to see is that the region as a whole, don't wait until West Indies bring these tournaments or put on these tournaments, but individual islands can look and see how best we can have the under 13 games as well. Have under 13s and as low as, I mean, the earlier you bring players into the game, better it's going to be in the outcome. They start from an early age. No one can stop them, or you can't tell the extent to which they would go. So an early start for me would be something that we want to see, not only at this tournament, but in the individual islands.
You spoke about one of the caps you hold is being head coach of the Windward Islands senior team. So next month, God willing, we will be going up against each other. Since you have taken over as head coach of the women's Windward Islands senior team, how much impact you have had in terms of preparation? Lovely drive, pull shot there by Alexander with straight through that short mid wicket. Powerful player there, Alexander. Yes, but as you see in the replay, how much of an impact since you stepped in that role, as you see in cricket, improve not only in your homeland of St. Vincent, but the other islands that falls under Windward Islands, Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, to an extent?
Well, what has been happening is a lot of networking with the different coaches in the islands. We are not privileged where we have all the players in one island, like Trinidad, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica. We have to make sure that we can collaborate and have programs that will keep all of the players doing the same activities, preparation, having the same development going on in the island, and bring them together. I mean, we sometimes only have 1 week together before we go into the tournament. So it is important that as individual islands that I am able to, come up with program to meet the needs of individual players. It's quite heartening that we have so many of the players coming through now where they are going to a West Indies training camp. We have our leader in the team, Afi Fletcher, a seasoned campaigner in the West Indies team, you know. So with her experience and experiences, for example, like Kiana Joseph, who has played for the West Indies in the past, and now with the injection of the under-19 players who would have had the West Indies cap, who would have won the West Indies cap and participated in the World Cup, one can only continue to network with the coaches, network with all the stakeholders in the island to bring it together on that tour whenever we go to the regional tournament.
As we see the start of the 26th over, we see Janaba Joseph taking over. So Zakia Harilal on the full toss there. Smoke down to long one. There seems to be a misfield.
And that was a true. I mean, what I really like about this, I wouldn't highlight the misfield. I would highlight the hand-eye coordination by Alexander. She is playing fearless cricket. She is keeping her eyes on it. And one would say, oh, she may not be the best, the most skilled player, but sometimes skills really fail you. But hand-eye coordination is something that we can look towards at time. We've been always told that Chris Gayle has hand-eye coordination and one of the most prolific batsmen. So once she keeps her eye on the ball, she is going to definitely get some to the boundary.
Yes, Alexander, with the four, Alexander moved on for 23. Any wicket with her is Selena Ross. Not off the mark here, but you know, a partnership still building, because Ross is just as important as Alexander with the running between the wickets. And with that, for the 100 was up for Windward Island, at 100 coming off 25.
Yes, Selena Ross and Alexander would have knowledge of each other because they are from St. Lucia. They play in the St. Lucia National Tournament, and they are also part of the St. Lucia national team. So some knowledge of each other, other's ability, and we're looking forward and hoping that they will continue to build and work with each other to, again, push the total to, let's say, maybe 120 at this point, with 3.2 overs going, remaining. You think the 120 look possible, Brittany?
I would say 120, or the likes of Alexander seem to be struggling a bit there. I know it is very hot right now, and she's been running some quick singles and quick twos in the wicket with Selena Ross.
What is important and what is interesting is that most of the time she's initiating the call. So even with her limitations, she's looking to push the score, and she understands her role, understand that the more runs Windwards accumulate, it would be better for them in trying to defend to whatever total they put on board.
As we know, at this same stage yesterday, Windward Island were 120 for 6, and unfortunately rain came and we had to reduce the game to 25 overs. So if you state, you know, a bit similar in terms of had a senior batting at this stage, but it likes of it might seems like it might easily get to that 120, 125 mark. So wide down led there by Joseph.
Yes, what was different yesterday is that we had the prolific Janelia Glasgow in the wicket, and while she is very good at hitting boundaries, one of her speciality is her game awareness and her quickness in between the crease. So without her there, I believe that the other ladies are putting on, still, you know, putting the total to some reasonable, put us in a reasonable position that we will be able to defend it. Yesterday we saw, even at 25 overs, that the game came down to the wire. With a bit more control today, we are hoping that it would happen in our favor.
Thank you so much, Samantha Lane. Or I should say Petra Lane, or should I say head coach, or should I say assistant coach? You know, so much. Thanks for coming and sharing your knowledge and showing your awareness and, you know, that insight, not only in your career, but Windward Islands cricket.
Thank you very much and continue to do good work.
Thanks. And back in with me is the Chan man. Samara Ramnath bowling the 27th over with Windward Island 102 for 8.
The Trinidad and Tobago team taking up wickets in spurts here, Brittany Cooper, really putting a lid on the Windward Islands innings. If they can get anywhere close to, I think, 120 or 125 might be a competitive score based on what we saw yesterday. But I think the Trinidad and Tobago girls would be hoping that they perform a lot better with the bat as well. It's been a good bowling performance from them for sure.
Yes, a really great improvement in the bowling department for Trinidad and Tobago. A bit improvement in the fielding also. But, you know, the game is not going to get any easier. The fact that, you know, chasing 130 in 25 overs. Yesterday we saw that game coming down to the last over.
It's a big swing, wide up, long on. It falls between three fielders, and they come back for two there.
And the way Alexander is batting right now, that score might just end up between 125, 130. What Trinidad and Tobago would need right now to get the wicket of Alexander, because clearly her confidence is building and she seems to be striking the ball really, really nicely.
Yeah, get a little rear guard innings here from Alexander.
You know, the saying is not how you get once you get it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And that's a bit of a misfield there, and kicks the dust there. That one is struck the short mid wicket. I think that Samuel there is unhappy with herself. But if you can keep Selena Ross here on strike for the next 4 deliveries, that would be good for the Trinidad and Tobago cause. Left-hand bowler, also a left-hand batter. Field coming in a little bit, which is good to see. Wide delivery there from Ramnath. It started wide and just drifted a little bit wider.
Very important innings here for Selena Ross. Haven't gotten off the score here, but building that partnership with Alexander, as you mentioned, that run in between the wicket is just as important.
Another good dot ball here for Ramnath.
One more ball.
So one more ball before the end of the 27th over. Will Trinidad and Tobago allow Ross to take the single or pressure on?
Well, they haven't adjusted the field. The field stays the exact same, so Ross will not get a single.
I mean, he spoke about, you know, the awareness of the game. With you a skipper there, last ball, Ross is on strike. What would you have done? Would you allow the single or get the dot ball?
I would have certainly allowed the single. I would have sent my fielders back to long on and long off. I'd be like, hey, Ms. Ross, please feel free to push this delivery down to the far reaches of the ground. Amelia Khan is back. And this is a good move here. Obviously, they've kept her for, Shalini has kept her for the later overs. Katie Jazz Mitchell, who bowled 2 for 13 off her 6, were excellent up front, but she bowled out.
Yes, Khan having 2 overs left. Chances that she will be bowling the 28th and 30th over. already bowled 4 overs with just 17 runs. Haven't taken a wicket yet, but just that partnership she had with Mitchell on top. That, as we saw yesterday, Mitchell was the one who applying pressure and Khan was the one taking the wicket, and vice versa. It's now Khan who was applying pressure and Mitchell taking the wicket.
Yeah, good opening pair. He might. Your thoughts on who might bowl the middle over, that the 28th over? I would go with Janaba Joseph. She bowled really well earlier. Picked up 2 wickets in 1 over. We'll see if she has any left in the tank. That's a big swing down to fine leg. It'll bounce. Oh, it'll bounce awkwardly, and that's 4 runs. Poor fielding there. But Amelia Khan also apologizes because she knows it was a horrible delivery. And that's meat and drink for somebody in Alexander's position right now.
Yes, Alexander clearing that front foot, making sure there's nothing restricting her from making that beautiful shot that unfortunately misjudged by the keeper, the fielder there, I believe is Amala Grudin. But not the best of a line for Amelia Khan. Bowling to the fine leg, the mid wicket, a long on and a long off. So it's a big vacant area in that short mid wicket over short mid wicket region there.
Swings again to mid wicket. How will the fielder deal with this one? Excellent.
And they'll be pushing for 2. A misfield there by, I believe, Ramnath. As we saw around this age now, we know the game did not went on to 30 overs, but we saw around when the game was getting to the stage, there was a bit of poor feeling by Trinidad Tobago. Is it that fatigue starting to kick in, or wary of standing out there so long?
Well, it's certainly a sapping heat out there. Khan bustles in again.
Oh.
And this one, full connection on this one. Alexander sweeps that behind the mid-wicket region. No fielder could have stopped that one. Amelia Khan really not hitting her straps here. And the Windward Islands getting some momentum towards the end of the innings.
Yes, some adjustment needs to be made here by bowler Khan and skipper Samaru. Alexander seems to be very, very strong on that leg side. Chances are he will bring in that long off fielder and send out that short square fielder, and say, hey, give her the single, or probably try to run out if she try to run too.
Quite a little biffer innings here from Alexander. It's always nice when the tail wags, and she goes there for that big hoik into the mid-wicket region and gets a dribble on the bottom edge, and she's bowled there. So Amelia Khan gets the last laugh and finally gets some reward for good bowling earlier on. The Windward slipped to 116 for 9.
Yes, a very, very entertaining innings there by Alexander. As he said, Khan getting the last laugh. As you see, Windward Island now 9 wickets down, 1 wicket to go. We are into the 28th over. In comes number 11 batter, I believe Brittany Pascal. She's on to join Ross, who's yet to come off strike.
Namesake of Brittany Cooper strides out. Well, it's spelled differently, so many variations of the name. Your 2 T's and an A, Brittany. This is Brittany, B-R-I-T-N-E-Y, which is I guess the more common one, the original. I'm sure there's somebody with another variation out there.
Yes, so many variations. Sometimes when I buy coffee or order food and I look at my name, even the lunch that we got today, I saw Brittany. I was like,
oh, is that not how it's spelled?
No, it's B-R-I-T-N-E-Y, exactly like Brittany Pascal's name.
Oh, okay, so it is the same name, okay. Well, I thought yours was spelled Brittany. The Great Brittany. Pascal on strike. Amelia Khan with 2 deliveries left, and this is the 28th over. Drifting down leg side again. I think I can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to get those Yorkers, those in-swinging Yorkers, those full deliveries, similar to the delivery that she got Alexander out with, which was full, and then sort of clipping that middle and leg stump. but the line isn't quite right. Katie Jazz Mitchell giving some advice from mid-off. A swipe at this one again. Another missed opportunity there. Let's see what happened here. Bottom edge almost dribbling through the legs there. This one swiped back up past to the bowler. There's no run there. And the Windwards end the 28th over at 117 for 9. The real question is, will they survive the next 12 deliveries to make use of the full 30 overs available to them? And can Trinidad and Tobago close off this innings?
Current run rate is on 4.1. As you see, skipper Samaru coming to bowl her fourth over of the day, fourth and last over, I must say.
Really good from the Windward Islands, you have to say. Samaru will bowl the 29th over. This one is up in the air and it falls to short extra cover and they will contemplate a single. Are they going to run it? No. Yes, no, maybe, maybe. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3 there from the Windward Islands batters. Yeah, considering after the first 5 overs they were 5 without loss, they've done really, really well to get some runs in the middle overs. However, the Trinidad and Tobago bowling unit, as a unit, did take wickets quite regularly just to impede whatever progress the Windward Islanders were making.
Ross getting a bat on a ball here but unable to succeed to maneuver the field. 10 balls left in the innings. If Windward Islands could at least try to get 5 runs from this 10 ball.
Chinese cut down to square leg is not going to help them there.
I would like to see a little more awareness from the non-striker, Brittany Pascal. As you see, 2 balls went in the position where they could have probably got a single, but no much backing up there by Pascal.
And at this point, Ross has soaked up 2 overs, just over 2 overs and 1 delivery without a run on the board. Yet still the fielders on the offside are very, very deep.
But we don't know, out of those 13 balls, most of that balls was faced when Alexander was in the wicket and she was playing a role that was required of her at that time.
It would seem that there's a last pair for the Windward Islanders have decided to go into their shell and just make sure they bat out the 30 overs. Nothing doing there. Good faster delivery through from Samaru. And she'll end with a maiden there, 117 for 9, 1 over left. And at this point, Miss Brittany Pascal should take a leaf from Miss Brittany Cooper and maybe swing for the hills of the Central Range here.
Once you swing and connect, as you see, Naba Joseph have ball in hand taken over from Khan, who was a bit expensive in the last over. Alexander took, I believe, 10 runs from her, but Khan was successful in taking her wicket. So Janaba Joseph is going to bowl the last over of the first innings.
Good ploy here from Miss Samaru. I would have liked to see her on a little bit earlier. 2 for 12 off 3 excellent figures. And this one is swiped down too long off. Mitchell runs around and they get a single. Unfortunately, they didn't push for 2 there because Ross really doesn't seem like she's interested in getting forward or attacking the ball. At least Pascal was able to have a swing at that one.
Yes. Who knows? Space on the ball now, so probably might bring Ross some success.
Samaru coming into an extra cover, short extra cover position with that added pressure. gets her hand, she gets a swing on this one, and Janaba Joseph is diving across the pitch to get that one.
Good connection there by Ross, but good feeling of her own bowling there, Joseph.
Quite reminiscent of the West Indies player, former West Indies player. She shares a number with 47, Dwayne Bravo. That's a wide delivery. Half stopped by Chanel Sow. And Ross will get Ross will be able to get to the non-strikers end, which I'm sure the Windward Islands dugout will appreciate. I don't think it matters the format of the game. It's always lovely to see tailenders batting Brittany Cooper.
Yes, he had his batters to get out.
It's a good swipe here down to mid-wicket by Pascal. Again, will they push for 2? No, the fielder does really well coming off the boundary. The throw comes in. Yeah, I had actually posted this on social media once. One of the most interesting spectacles in sport is when the tail wags, and only cricket fans will understand that. Everybody else would watch it and be like, "What are you talking about? What does a tail wagging have to do with sport?" You know.
Oh.
Ross trying something a little bit inventive there, moving to the leg side, but then opening up the face of the bat. No run. One delivery left. The Windward Islands have managed to amass 120. Their bowling wasn't bad yesterday. They did peg back the Trinidad and Tobago squad at time, so they might feel confident that they can defend this bowling, this total. Ross probably will definitely be happier with the ball in hand with those pads off, not wearing those cumbersome gloves. Nice delivery from Joseph, and that's a big swipe by Ross. She gets it out wide of long on. They still only just run 1. They're not pushing for 2 at all. That's really, really poor running. A bit of ball watching there. Ross finally gets off the mark, and the Windward Islands amass 121 off their 30 overs. Didn't look like they were going to make their 30 overs, but 121. What are your thoughts, Brittany Cooper?
121, a very defendable score. We saw how difficult it was for Trinidad and Tobago to chase 130, but I think it'll be interesting to see how Trinidad and Tobago approach chasing a lower score with more overs in this game.
So that's the state of the match here, and in the Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association Under-19 Tri-Nation Series, the Windward Islands won the toss, elected to bat, and in their 30 overs they posted 121 for 9. We'll take a short break right here in this coverage on 360 TV and Cricket 360, and be back with the second half of this game. And welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Trinidad and Tobago for continued coverage of the Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association Under-19 Tri-Nation Series. Trinidad and Tobago have been set a 123 for victory after the Windward Islands posted 122 for 9. Just about using up their 30 overs. My name is Andrew Chan in your company alongside my good friend Hamza Mohammed, who is not fasting today and is busy wiping some stew chicken juice off his face. Good afternoon, Hamza. How did you enjoy your lunch?
Good afternoon to each and every one of you, Lucky. Thank you, Andrew. Always a pleasure sitting alongside you here today. So 123 for victory.
Chanel Sau will take up the batting from the southern end. Samara Ramnath is the other opening batter.
Both players had a good time out in the field. Couple handy overs there for Ramnath. Chanel Sau handy behind the stumps as ever. Here we go, Glasgow to Sau. That's a strong start there from Chanel Sau, just placing that. There's protection, and that's excellent running in the end there. Good start for Trinidad and Tobago, Andrew.
Yeah, really nice classical push into the extra cover region there by Sau. And putting the pressure on the field, immediately getting the 2 runs. So they're off and running, the Trinidad and Tobago Under-19 women.
Glasgow looking to make early inroads here. Oh, this is really strong here from Chanel Sau, and that's an excellent run again. So this is really good. We spoke about running between the wickets earlier. So it's always good to see when your opening batsman come out there and be positive.
Yeah, Sau had a good start yesterday, didn't convert. She looked very classical, very adept at the crease. Samara Ramnath. Samurai, I should say.
Again, another good run there. Excellent communication between these 2 batters out there. Little guy there from Ramnath.
Yeah, so she's off and running. Good stuff here from the Trinidad and Tobago ladies. Already getting more runs than Windward Islands had. They only 3 without loss after the 3rd over. Trinidad and Tobago already 4 without loss. Appeal for an LBW and an early wicket there after a good start by Sau. Glasgow strikes and she goes. The Trinidad and Tobago girls lose their first wicket. Chanel Sau LBW to Glasgow for just 3.
Oh, hit in front there. Umpire probably thinking that was clipping the bails of that leg stump. So an excellent start here from Glasgow. Trinidad and Tobago, they lose an early wicket. The score now 4 for 1. Sau came out and played a couple confident looking cover drives.
She's clearly more comfortable with that ball outside the off stump and coming back into her. Janaba Joseph, the new batter, coming out. So immediately on the back foot, the Trinidad and Tobago Under-19 girls. And it'll be interesting to see how they face the rest of this innings. Trinidad and Tobago outfit didn't strike until the I think it was about the 7th or 8th over.
The Windward Islands, they need wickets here, and that's what they got so far. They picked up early one here. I don't think balls would be an issue here at the moment because the score is just, they only require 123 for victory, so a lot of deliveries to do so. 119 required from 176. Windwards, they would need wickets to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. And early wicket of Sa will definitely help. Well played by Joseph. So yeah, you're quite right, Hamza. The batters have the opportunity and they have the chance to get themselves in, and just get accustomed to the pace of the delivery, get accustomed to the bowlers and what they're sending down a little bit. It's the Windward Islands who really have to be inventive here and have to apply that pressure.
I think a better effort there was needed in the field. They need to take all half chances in the field is this Windward Islands team, because again, not much to play with. Build the pressure at the end of over number 1. They score 4 for 1. And what can happen as well is the crucial times in which these wickets can fall for the Windward Islands, because what can happen out there, well, what usually happens is when a partnership is being built and a wicket is taken, a new batter needs to come out there, readjust the situation and just take their time, build an innings in most situations, and those deliveries will creep up on you eventually. So probably not best bowl out Trinidad Tobago, but if they can consistently take wickets throughout this innings, they will definitely put themselves with a chance of winning this game as the Windward Islands team.
Invaluable comments from my co-commentator, Hamza Mohammed. Selena Ross will continue bowling from the southern end. Will open the bowling, I should say, from the southern end. She bowled quite well yesterday. The left arm seamer pacer, so that's good. And Brittany Pascal is also a left arm bowler as well, left arm medium pacer. And Brittany Cooper, our commentator, is very excited about the fact of 2 left arm pacers in the Windward Islands squad. Here's Ross into Ramnath. That's on a good line. Pushed into the cover region and there's no run.
Packed offside field here for Ross. It's a good start here from Selena Ross. One of the taller girls out there, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely. Good action, straight up to the crease. Good control. Full delivery, struck nicely down the ground by Ramnath. And that's a misfield. That's a really poor misfield at mid-off. And the ball will just about trickle into the ropes there. Really, really unfortunate there. That should have been only a single at most. But Ramnath, the benefit of some poor misfielding here from the Windward Islands squad.
It was a good delivery too from Selena Ross. She's definitely disappointed and clearly so. Really, really poor in the field there. That's the last thing Windward Islands would want, defending this total.
This is well played by Ramnath into the cover region. Another misfield there. And they'll get away for a single. I feel like kicking the turf in anger for missing that one. You have to give Ramnath credit that despite the fact that it was a misfield that got her that boundary, she timed it really well. It went on, and of course this outfield is very, very hard. It's very, very dry. So the batters will get purchased for their shots.
And the intent is always there to be scoring, hence the reason why she could have gone through for that single quite easily in the end.
Janaba Joseph facing up to the left-handed Ross. Good delivery outside the line of the off-stump. Maybe going away just a little bit, kept low. Joseph reaching for that one.
Yeah, the Windward Islands, they need to buck up on their fielding immediately, because those fielders are inside the circle to stop that single and build that pressure. And unfortunately on both occasions, they gave away 4 runs in the over.
Finishes strongly does Selena Ross, and at the end of 2, the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 girls. They are 9 for 1. Glasgow to continue from the northern bamboo patch end, and Hamza Mohammed, you had a bit of a trot outside there during the break to change the stump mics for our director Jason Prasad. What's the heat out like there out in the middle?
It's really hot out there at the moment, Andrew.
Bouncer from Glasgow.
And when Brittany Cooper, she was on commentary, she said that she was really happy to be in the AC. And trust me, we are really lucky to be inside here in the school room. I tell you, it's really hot out there. So credit to the schools. Fitness levels will certainly be on display out there as well.
Good delivery, but it's a no ball from Glasgow. So it's a free hit here. And that would be an overstepping no ball. Yeah, it's very warm here in central Trinidad. And I think I feel it even more for cameraman Steve Moonsami, who's just outside on the balcony. So you'll get a breath of cold air as the door opens. But other than that, he has to contend with the blazing sun. Let's see if Ramnath can cash in on this free hit. She swings, she gets it over extra cover. And they will push for 2. They'll definitely get 2. The 2 is on. And it's a comfortable 2 in the end. Making hay while the sun shines, Samar Ramnath.
A good running there. Since she's came out to bat, Ramnath, she's shown that intent. She's on around ball 8 right now. And that's really positive signs for Trinidad and Tobago because they need their batters out there to show that intent. Capitalize on any runs on offer here.
That's a lovely cut past the point region. They'll run very close to the boundary. Will they come back for 2? They will come back for a very, very comfortable 2. This is good batting by Ramnath here. They're starting to open up a little bit, starting to enjoy herself out in the middle.
Yeah, but still thought that fielder should have done better at that backward point region there. So far, that's what's letting down this Windward Islands team. They've already given up some 7 runs of this total so far. They're only on 14, so half of the runs already been given through misfield out there. Solid in defense is Ramnath. So I do think Samantha Lynch, the assistant coach of this Windward Islands team, would be too happy with that. She was out there giving some last-minute fielding drills to the team before they went out to field. I'm sure she would have a word or two to say about that poor fielding to start off this innings when they go back out.
This one, she tugs down to mid-on, and mid-on makes a misfield there as well. Will that one run close to the rope? No, it doesn't. They come back for 2. And it's an interesting field here that they have set for the right-handed Ramnath, because there's a short third man, and there's a gully fielder as well as a point fielder. So they're just making sure they're encouraging the bowlers. And the captain, Zaida James, is encouraging her bowlers to bowl to the field. Ramnath seems to be working the ball around quite nicely here.
Yeah, just after that, Andrew, there's also a field at third man on the boundary.
A lovely push to the wide mid-off region. The fielder as well sliding down there. But a good over here from Samara Ramnath. Not trying to hit the ball too hard, but certainly trying to pick those gaps, get the ball moving. 17 for 1 after 3. The Trinidad and Tobago under-19 girls are doing quite well in this chase of 123.
I honestly thought Glasgow would have gone from around the wicket, try to angle that ball slightly away. See Selena Ross here continuing with her second over. First one went for 5 runs. 4 of those 5 runs was via the misfield route. Bit unlucky in the end, but here she is bowling her second over to Ramnath, who's looking really positive out there. I think what's helping the fielders a bit there is that strong breeze that has been blowing throughout the day here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva.
Hitting this one into the leg side, she'll get a single here. The most awkward of throws there from that fielder there at the mid-wicket region. But no harm, no foul. The 2 fielders remain outside the circle at third man and at deep extra cover for Janaba Joseph, so there's no real adjustment in the field, which I think is a bit of a mistake. Maybe come in a little bit closer for the new batter on strike. Janaba Joseph goes over extra cover, carves that one away, and she'll get a run down to extra cover. Hit that quite nicely there, Joseph. Connected lovely.
Yeah, excellent shot there. Joseph is one of those players who don't like to get tied down at all. So she, being one of 5 deliveries, she's definitely going to get a go at it. What's going to help, of course, is the positive mindset of Ramnath on the next end as well.
Ramnath tugs this one into the leg side, and the fielder does well at square leg. The throw comes in, is a little bit wild. Will they get an extra? No, the fielder at point does well covering. It was a good pickup there. A bit of a scramble there, but Joseph is the shorter players always seem to be a little bit quicker between the wickets there. Hamza Mohammed.
Yeah, Joseph, she's actually a really good athlete, Andrew. Really quick between the wickets. Her fielding is excellent out there. She gives it 100. Really a live wire for the Trinidad Tobago team.
Turns this one into the square leg region again. Plays it with soft hand. The throw comes in. It's a good throw, even though Anisha Fontaine is not overly happy behind the stumps. She didn't think it had to come in so furiously.
This is really good here from Trinidad Tobago as well. What they've done here, 5 deliveries have been bowling the over, but they've just simply rotated the strike. They've already gotten the amount required 4 of the over so far.
Lovely little shot thread through the cover region. She's hit that fairly square. Will the fielder coming around makes a valiant attempt there at cover, but it's a wonderful 4 by Samara Ramnath. Really elegant batting by this young lady.
Andrew, that's probably one, if not the shot of the day so far. Excellent there from Ramnath, and I'm not surprised at all the way she's playing out there. 25 for 1 after 4 overs. Ramnath looks like she's batting on a different surface altogether.
Yeah, the fastest of starts here by the Trinidad and Tobago girls here. The under-19 players are really doing well here. So Mara Ramnath, she did open yesterday with Chanel Sau. Got a bit of a start. She and Sau both look very competent at the crease. Again, Sau throwing away her hand a little bit today, although you can say that she got a good delivery. Just coming in on the leg stump there.
Yeah, Glasgow just getting that one to just nip in just a little to her. That slight movement is what beat her in the end. Glasgow is bowling a bit more quicker than the bowlers we've seen so far. She's given it all out there. She's into her second over. She's bowled 1 for 12 so far.
This one turned down by Joseph down to the fine leg region. That will run away for 4. Drifting on the legs there. That's meat and drink for a player like Janaba Joseph. Easily turned down. The Trinidad and Tobago girls are racing towards this total.
Yeah, another 94 runs required for victory. Have some 25.5 overs to do. The rate at which they're going, this game might finish sooner rather than later, Andrew.
Yeah. It's been such a wonderful start here by the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 ladies that our director and producer Jason Passard has asked a wonderful custodian for a cup of coffee because he wants to stay and make sure he's alert for the Samara Ramnath innings. Lovely shot again there by Janaba Joseph. That was screamed through extra cover. That was all along the turf. This is wonderful batting by this pair. The Trinidad and Tobago girls are romping to 33 for 1.
I spoke about shots of the day, Andrew. Well, I stand corrected. This one may have well been the shot of the day so far. Joseph and Ramnath just competing with each other out there. And they're doing just a fine job for the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. Already they've raced to 33 for 1. We're in over number 5.
Short, bouncing, wide delivery. Glasgow is rattled a little bit here. 1 for 20 off 2. It was such an excellent all-round performance by Jenny Lee Glasgow yesterday because she got to 50 as well as taking 2 wickets in the middle overs to just peck back Trinidad and Tobago. But she's really not showing up here today. And the Trinidad and Tobago batters enjoying their time here at the National Cricket Centre so far. Full delivery down the leg side, and that's a wide. Striving for maybe that in-swinging Yorker was Glasgow. Badly misaligned. And of course, Hamza, the opportunity and the platform that these 2 young players in the middle, Joseph and Ramnath, have set, it's been really, really good so far, but we want to make sure that, and both of them would be telling each other, hey, we have to continue, we have to take this as deep as possible.
Yeah, all the Windward Islands really need to do, if they can pick up a couple quick wickets, especially that of these 2 out there, get 2 new batters out there, build some pressure. This game could tilt slightly back in their favor, but as we mentioned before, wickets is the key here for this Windward Islands team.
Well, they need to start building that pressure first of all. Building that pressure leads to wickets. This one is hit over extra cover region. Kind of reaching for that one was Ramnath. They come back for 2. They're running really hard. Excellent running, and they'll get an overthrow here. The throw comes in a little bit wild, so it's an extra freebie here for the Trinidad and Tobago young under-19 women. And it's coming off the rails here a little bit for the Windward Islands team. I think Zyda James and maybe the assistant managers or the coaches need to trot out there with a bottle of water and say, hey girls, we're still here, we're still fighting.
Yeah, Windward Islands, they just need to slow down the game a bit here.
Last delivery of the 5th, and it's well, no, it won't be the last delivery of the 5th. It's wide down the leg side. It seems some wily entrepreneur set up a snack stand, Hamza Mohammed, on the southwestern side of the ground. Excellent over for the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 girls. They're 40 for 1 after 5. As we welcome back Miss Brittany Cooper to the commentary position, and she's delighted with what she's seeing here from the Trinidad and Tobago batters, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm very happy. I was in the party stand and I almost forgot, hey Brittany, you're working, forget the lime and come back. But excellent cricket here by Trinidad and Tobago.
Roster continue from the southern end. Lovely drive over the extra cover region again. This one is square. Will the fielder come around? This is really well coming around. They'll scuttle back for two here. Excellent batting by these two. They seem very, very adept at going over that cover region.
Yes, both batters here playing through the line of the ball, trusting that bounce, and I see both batters playing over extra cover or in the aerial in a cover region because there's a deep cover. But what a start by Trinidad and Tobago. We see Samar Ramnath have been playing some snacky shots, I know how to express it. It's wonderful to see a young batter at her age, only 16, playing those elegant shots.
And this is lovely cricket here by Joseph. Just touched that one down. Fielder from extra cover was coming in there. Didn't pick up cleanly. Yes, and yes, our co-commentator Hamza Mohammed was waxing lyrical over the cover drives between Samara Ramnath and Janaba Joseph. He was in ecstasy. He couldn't decide which one he liked more.
And really in the Caribbean, as you see, we have Haley matches that you have a spinner in the team who actually open the batting. So it's great to see another young all-round aspect that's coming in.
Unfortunate for Chanel Sau, however, early on, losing a wicket in just the first over. The good delivery, this one drifting down the leg side. There's an appeal for a leg before. Selena Ross was the only one interested, and then the umpire didn't take it on. Let's have a look at this one.
Pitch just outside a leg. Going on to hit some pitch outside. It's a good call by umpire Parabiti. But as he said, yesterday, Sa was the one who guided Trinidad and Tobago to victory with that partnership she had with Shalini Samaru. And it's good to see another young batter taking up that mantle in Ramnath and Joseph.
And here we go with another open, lovely little cover drive, and that's run away for four as well. That's beautiful batting by Samara Ramnath. She looks so elegant when she gets that front foot forward and just carves it through the offside.
Yes, half a bit wide there from Ross. Seems a bit disappointment in the fielders as no effort was given there from the fielder at third man. And that's the end of the sixth over. Trinidad and Tobago 47 for 1. Joseph on 14, Ramnath on 26.
Yeah, credit to the Trinidad and Tobago management team for sticking with Samara Ramnath at the top of the order. She did get a start yesterday, and we're really excited to see what she's capable of here, Brittany Cooper.
Yes, very much so. As you see Glasgow taking her mark to come around the wicket. What I would like to see that Glasgow probably switch ends. She was very, very, very successful yesterday bowling at them, but that end that she's already bowled 3 overs and gone for 27 runs. So I'd like for her to probably try the next end. Oh, beautiful shot there by Joseph, but straight to extra cover.
I was actually just going to say, and of course, the good thing with the form, with the batting that Ramnath has showed is that Joseph, who's one of those characters who can really change a game and dictate a game, has had the opportunity to ease herself in because she sees how comfortably Ramnath is playing at the other end. And this one, she goes over extra cover. That one will run away to the ropes, I should think. The fielder will not get around. Half-hearted attempt there. Wide of deep extra cover, and another scintillating throw by Janaba Joseph to bring up the 50 in just the 7th over.
Put on your coaching hat there. Any adjustment we'd like to see from Glasgow? Obviously, she's come back to bowl her fourth over, and you see these two batters are literally playing through the line. For me, I would like her to probably bowl a little straighter to them. If she can hit straight back, then that's a great shot. But bowling those half volleys outside of with a strong offside feel, the batters are still finding that space.
Yeah, that's a bit better delivery. It's straighter there. I also think that you could try with a bit more back of a length here, because as you can see, there's still those three fielders lurking in that square region. One at gully, one at short third man, and one at point as well. So they might be hoping if she gets a back of a length that the batters will just open it into those fielders there.
Well,
But Joseph and Ramnath both very, very well at carving through cover and extra cover.
well, as you rightfully said, both Joseph and Ramnath carving through cover and extra cover, and you have four fielders behind square. So if skipper James take one of that fielder, probably the gully, and put two extra cover, it'll probably put some thinking into the mind of the Trinidad Tobago batters right now.
As it is, Ramnath and Joseph dictating the pace. Lovely little push there, and again those three fielders coming into the play there. So a full delivery and just opening up the face there does Ramnath. Still almost got it through, to her everlasting credit. You certainly won't want to throw away a hand here, Brittany Cooper, because I think that's what the management will want to see. They want to see that these young players are not just getting starts, but they're converting the starts. She gets a cut down to the fine third man area. No real risk in the shot. We're going to flash hard, as they say, Brittany Cooper.
Yes, so at the end of the 7th over, Trinidad Tobago 53 for 1. 70 needed off 138 boys. As you see, both batters quenching their thirst. They have, even though they are scoring the boundaries, there's been excellent running between the wicket by the spear.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. They've been very, very good between the wickets. Janaba Joseph, as we know, is a wonderful young athlete. Samara Ramnath, recently entering into the game in terms of this level, and but showing herself to be very, very adept. But it's definitely good to see that that there is depth and there is talent. I don't think talent was ever the problem in the West Indies and the Caribbean. Of course, the issue now is harnessing it, and it's good to see that the young women as well are getting their own tournaments to play in, and we've read it in some of the information that we've been given. You know, some of these younger players, they had to play with men's teams and boys teams to get some experience. As we see a change in bowling, Cherry will be coming up from the southern end, replacing Selena Ross. There's some spin for the first time. And keeping low and getting through to the keeper. So they'll run a quick by there. I think that will be. No, I think there was bat on that.
A bit of bottom edge there by Ramnath.
(19 or 16) Janaba Joseph. Should go up to 20 with this one. Samar Ramnath is a little bit, had to put on the gas a little bit there coming in.
Seems like if the keeper did collect there, Ramnath would have been asking some questions. So let's take a look at the replay. A bit of hesitation there.
I think she just might have been out there. She certainly had to step on the gas for the second half of that run there. Ooh. Bit of an edge as well here again. So they don't want to get too complacent here. The Trinidad and Tobago under 19 woman. 68 required from 135. And I mean, if they can complete this without losing another wicket, that would be really, really good for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Be a great morale booster.
Yes, a great morale booster. I think that, this being the second game where they have chased, I wonder how would their approach be if come Tuesday morning they win the toss, where they decide to continue chasing, or they decide to say, okay, let's see how much we can score.
Yeah. And of course, it's two back-to-back games in some decent heat here for Trinidad and Tobago. So it'll be good for the lower order, the likes of Katie Jazz Mitchell and Amelia Khan, to be able to put up their feet and not have to put on those heavy spike shoes for a couple of days. So a lovely little push into the cover region again here from Ramnath. Contemplating a second, not on there. Reaching for the cut was Janaba Joseph. This one is hoiked over long on, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Really nice flowing shot there from Janaba Joseph. The mid-on fielder was coming in a little bit just over that fielder's head. But it's a lovely 4 here, and that will end the 8th over as the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 women continue to romp and rant and rave and misbehave. They're 60 for 1 after 8.
Decent over before the last ball there, Cherry. You see that ball was a little straighter, and Joseph take advantage of there being nobody out on the leg side. She went at it.
So Samara Ramnath is just 15 years of age, according to the information on the player info bios that we've been given here. She's a right-handed batter, right-handed off-spin as well, which we've seen as well. She's thrown down some really good deliveries. 2 wickets yesterday, I think 1 today. She's from Charlieville in Chaguanas, and she attends the Saraswati Girls Hindu College. Janaba Joseph at the other end. Well, there's so much information about her here. She attended the San Fernando Central Secondary School until Form 5, and yet then went to Pleasantville for Form 6 studies, originally from Union Hall in San Fernando. Zyda James decides to bring herself on to see if she can do some damage here.
Skipper come in to try to break this partnership between Ramnath and Joseph.
Janaba Joseph did win the most runs award in the 2022 Rising Star Under-19 Regional Tournament, which was held in Trinidad and Tobago last year, which of course 360 TV brought you all that coverage. And you can already see, I guess, the experience that Joseph has. She's 24 of 19, closing in on Ramnath, who's 29, a well-played 29, and will go to 30 with this push down to long on. Yeah, Joseph is a little bit more ready and willing and able to open up arms and try those extravagant shots. Samara Ramnath just doing a really good holding job, you have to say here, Brittany Cooper.
Yes, runs coming easily for Trinidad and Tobago. They're running between the wicket. They're getting those odd 4s, those odd misfields. So no need to try anything extravagant here by these 2 batters.
Cuts. Nothing doing there. I think James got away with that one because there was some acres of space there for Joseph behind square on the offside. I feel that point fairly deep as well. The short third man remains in place, so once you got it past either that point or in between that gap, pushing up into the extra cover region, no run. Good adjustment there from James.
Already a tight over here from James. Only 1 run coming out, 4 deliveries thus far. One about to go, can James finished off this over without conceding a boundary.
Oh, yes.
Well, bowled over there by skipper James. After 9 overs, Trinidad Tobago is 61 for 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of pressure applied by Zyda James, but that run rate, required run rate, already down to 2.95. As you can see from that equation, 62 from 126, and even if your math was absolutely horrible as mine is, you can see that they have all the time in the world here, the Trinidad Tobago under 19 girls, to put on a good score here, to chase down this total, I should say. And a 56-run partnership, no lie, 57 runs between these two so far. Brittany Cooper for the second wicket, so it's a really, really good partnership here. Samara Ramnath opening with Chanel Sau, who fell in the first over LBW to Jenny Lee Glasgow. Cherry to continue. And Ramnath again going for that extra cover region that she seems to like so much. Haven't really seen her play much shots on the leg side, but of course she's batting according to what she's been delivered. This time she goes straight, and it's easily taken on mid-off. That's an unfortunate enter. Very good innings by Samara Ramnath, and Trinidad and Tobago lose their second wicket at 62 for 2, 61 for 2, an unfortunate end for Miss Ramnath.
Yes, yeah. A well bowled by Cherry. Some adjustment were made on the field from her last over, where there is now a long on in play. Samara Ramnath trying to clear that mid-off fielder and was not successful. Easy catch by the Glasgow, and in comes skipper Samaru. Samaru yesterday scored exciting 30 runs. She will be in the wicket the likes of Joseph, who's already 24 off 23 runs, and Trinidad Tobago in a good position here. There's enough balls where Samaru can come and take a time to build a partnership with Joseph.
And that was a wonderful 57-run partnership between Janaba Joseph and Samara Ramnath. And Samaru will be happy to come in this position here. Her team, her opening batters, have laid a really, really good platform for her to build on. And so she just has to go with the flow. And I think the management team, before she went out, would have reminded her, Brittany, that she doesn't need to do anything too extravagant, just knock the ball around. Because 62 of 124.
Yeah, but not only the management staff, but herself, she being the captain of the team, she will have to shoulder the responsibility to try to bring Trinidad and Tobago off the line. As I said, a good foundation set here by Ramnath and Joseph. I still seeing an open field. There's a deep cover, a long off, mid wicket, and a mid one just outside the 75-yard circle.
Down the leg side, signal a wide by the umpire.
And as you see this left and right combination going to start already. Cherry bowling a wide to left-hander Samaru.
Really is an interesting challenge here, being a cricket captain, because while you always have to put the team's interest first, so whatever is needed from the team. And at this stage, despite the fact that we know Shalini Samaru is quite capable at the bat, she will have in the back of her mind, okay, Janama Joseph is going really well at the end, so all I have to do is turn over the strike. And this time, when she gets a loosener delivery there, and she can tuck down to mid-wicket for a single.
But good feeling there on the ball. I think it's Abina and Jean who retrieved that ball.
Yeah, so as particularly as a cricket captain, I think you always have to look at the greater good, as it will. she might feel very confident and know she can blast those deliveries for 4. But she'll know that Janaba Joseph is good at the other end, good and set. And she has the time to play herself in.
Oh, that looks... Umpire Parvati said not out as we take a look here at the replay. Remember, Janaba Joseph got LBW in the game yesterday. Can't see much with skipper Samaru blocking the stumps there.
May have been an inside edge. I think that's the only thing I can say for. There's a bit of a flatter delivery from Cherry. I was speared in a little bit.
At the end of a successful over for Windward Islands, Trinidad Tobago 63 for 2 after 10.
Well ahead of the 8 ball here, Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 girls here. 60 required from 120. That run rate, required run rate at 3. James will continue. First over going for just 1 run. It's captain versus captain here, Brittany Cooper.
Yes, very much so. Oh, and Samaru heaving over point there. Should be 2 easy run. It's going to run in between Joseph and Samaru. A little bit weight on offer there. Any left-hander will be happy to see that weight out there where there's no... It does seem like... cover seems to be, deep cover seems to be a little wide. Adjustment being made as a deep cover is now moving to her right. It's a better line here by James.
Give us an idea of the dynamics of running between the wickets here, because I saw on that last one, Janaba Joseph looked to hold. I think she wanted to get back on strike. Do you know this one is tugged into the leg side? Good feeling by that field at square leg, there's no run. Were there any particular strike stealers or players that you played against who counted deliveries so they know to pinch a strike at on the last delivery of the over?
Yes, I know a couple, but no names will be calling today. But yes, I mean, there are players like that who, will count the balls and, all of a sudden it's 4 or 5 dot ball, but you could easily get the single on the 6th ball just to retain strike.
And what about the dynamic? I mean, of course, there will be players that you're very good with. Like, say, for example, you're good with me. But when you're batting with Jason Prasad, you and him don't particularly get along. What is that dynamic like when you're batting with somebody who is not your closest friend? Samuel pulls this one into the leg side and gets a single. What's that understanding like?
At the end of the 11th over, Trinidad Tobago 66 for 2. But it's all about knowing your teammate. And I think that goes big in communication. I've played with a lot of people. I see Stacey and King, Kabina Alexander on the Trinidad Tobago team, Shina Lord. Sometimes you don't even call. Sometimes we just look at each other and we know it is a single. So it's all about you knowing your teammate and knowing the player that you are running between the wickets. You have to know, okay, if this person can take a quick single, how is this person running between the wickets in terms of how they come out of the crease. Because any trainer or any SNC will tell you how important the first 3 steps in running. If you look at athletics, when they come out the box, that's when they know someone is going to win the race.
Insights from Brittany Cooper. And the training, what's the training like about running between the wickets? Is it specific yes no wait or what is it like when you're training for that situation? A sweep by Shalini Samaru just gets it behind the keeper and she'll trot a single.
Well, the training is never nice. Like, who likes running up and down unless you're in athletics? But I think it had to be decision making and trust in your partner. Like, if, say, Joseph is on strike, now she have a better angle to see the ball behind or to the left or to the right of Samaru. So anything to extra cover or mid-wicket, that's basically Joseph, the striker's call. Anything behind Joseph, it will say to the left or to the right of point or at 45 fielder is the non-striker call, because there someone will have a full view of if that fielder is 5 feet away, if the ball in hand, and so forth.
Good bowling here by Cherry, defeating Joseph outside edge, getting past the outside edge on 2 consecutive deliveries. Joseph really stretching for those there. This time she gets one down to long on, hits quite nicely. Good pick up there by that fielder.
A good pressure being applied here by Windward Islands. See Cherubin just bowled 2 tied back to back over 1 ball left in her third. And since the dismissal of Ramnath, the scoring has slowed down a bit, especially from the sides of Joseph.
Yeah, James and Cherry bowling really well in tandem here. Spinner just slowing it down a little bit. Now the push into the cover region there by Samaru. And that will end the 12th over. After 12 overs, it's 68 for 2. And some comments from Brittany Cooper before I am replaced by the wonderful Mr. Hamza Mohammed, who's going to wax lyrical about everything that goes on in this beautiful game.
Trinidad Tobago in the driver's seat at the moment. Needed 55 from 108 balls. Samaru in the wicket here with Joseph to continue to try to build a partnership. Samaru being the captain of the Trinidad Tobago on the 19th team, and Joseph being one of the senior batters in this team, would not want to allow any other batter to come in and be under pressure to score these runs. As I have Mr. Mohammed here, apparently he went over to the party stand because I came back and I was talking so much about it, and he brought snacks for everyone.
Well, I mentioned your name there and I got VIP treatment, so I think I'll be heading back after the game as well.
I hope you didn't put anything on my tab.
I'll leave it as a surprise for you.
Here comes James. Joseph trying to just work that one to third man, but there's a short third man there, so may not have been successful, almost ricocheting that ball onto her stumps.
Oh, yes.
Lovely cricket here from Windward Island. It's good to see that, despite that great start from Trinidad Tobago, they continue to try to apply pressure. And after getting that wicket of Ramnath, how much the game has changed.
Yeah, that's something we were speaking about earlier. Just getting those 1 or 2 wickets won, but applying the pressure. And since these spinners have come on, that's exactly what they would have done. They would have applied some pressure.
A misfield overthrow there was for extra runs and bring Joseph back on strike.
Yeah, so they would have applied some pressure, and just like you, as I was saying, that a misfield would happen, and that's the last thing they would want. Yeah, it's good bowling there again. And one of the reasons why the Trinidad and Tobago team got off to such a good start was because of those misfields that happened within the first 6 overs of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Because when they were 14 for 1, Windward Islands actually gave away 8 runs in the field. And that's not good by any means when you're defending such a small total as well.
And we saw how much it cost Windward Island 50+ partnership.
That's a dead touch there. That ball is going to race away into the boundary. This is excellent batting from Trinidad and Tobago. They're not doing anything careless at the moment, and they have the luxury of doing that because of the wonderful start they would have been given, especially from Ramnath, who went for a well-played 30 in the end.
A bit of deja vu there between Samaru and James. Samaru played a similar shot of James in yesterday's match where James gave Samaru a little too much room.
The skipper lead it from the front there. It's good that despite Trinidad and Tobago being so much in the driver's seat, they're still looking for those quick singles as well. Build the pressure, try and get this game over as quickly as possible. At the end of 13 overs, the score 74 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, you would say, definitely in the driver's seat from here.
Yes, 49 is off 102 portion required. It's just on the 8 wickets in hand. What can go wrong here for Trinidad and Tobago?
You kind of took the words out of my mouth, and before I was about to say that as well, I was thinking to myself, I've seen stranger things happen, and it happened today as well. Yeah, I've been proven wrong on 3 separate occasions. Could the Windward Islands team prove us wrong here again? And if they do that, it'll definitely be one of the best come-from-behind victories we've seen here for a long time.
Yes, sure. Here comes Cherry to bowl the 14th over. Well bowled there. I love the line Cherry is now bowling to Joseph. The fact that she now has that protection at long on. Not big open region there for wind wicket or corner. The only person out on the leg side is long on. So it's not that she's trying to bowl too straight. She's letting Joseph know that if you want to hit me in that middle wicket area, another misfield there and a quick single taken there by Samaru and Joseph. Cherry is telling Joseph, if you want to hit me to that vacant deep middle wicket corner area, then you need to take me from an off stump, which is forcing Joseph to play across the line. Here comes Cherry to the left hand of Samaru. It's easy single there to long off. And the rotational strike between these two players are coming better. You see Samaru finding the gaps and rotating the strike. Joseph seemed to slow down a bit since this missile of Ramnath.
This is excellent from Cherry. As soon as she flights that ball just short of a length, you're seeing the drift. And I would like to see her continue with that right through. I mean, not to get too predictable, but if she could just slide in the quicker delivery there, could truly cause some problems for these batters. But they need to go about this really smartly, this Windward Islands team.
Another dot ball here by Cherry. Excellent over thus far. Just 3 runs coming off 5 balls.
good adjustment there from Cherry in the end. So at the end of 14 overs, the score 78 for 2. Janaba Joseph, she's been out there for some time now. She's on 30 of 36 deliveries. Shalini Samaru, the captain, she's on 9 of 15.
To my surprise, I was just looking back at yesterday, the scorecard from yesterday's game. Cherry did not bowl over at all in that game. As you see, umpire probability sending back the trainer and the water girls, because after the 14th over, at the end of 15 over, there will be a water break, and we know the rule is you can't come out and give water 10 minutes before water break. Mr. Mohammed looked like he's a big shock.
I'm here trying to figure out what went on in the middle, because I'm seeing the two batters looking perfectly fine. Water break is in the next over. Maybe there was just a slight communication error there on the part of the management team there, as the umpire signaling water after the over.
Our producer here saying that Mr. Mohammed is have great experience being a water boy. He knows how to carry 12 bottles in his hands at once.
Took a lot of practice.
And there's another misfield here by Selena Ross at short third man, causing Windward Islands 2 runs. Good run in between the wicket here between Joseph and Samaru.
Now you know how I could have told all those snaps from your VIP area back into the commentary booth.
James into her third over, already bowl. Fourth over, thank you. Oh, flick off the pads there for Joseph. Straight to that cow corner. Should have been 2 runs, but well fielded by fielder Abini Sandrin down at wide mid wicket.
I think Janaba Joseph here, she's really playing the innings that is needed for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Yes, she's put away the bad balls. She's shown that not all bad balls deserve wickets out there, as you were told earlier. Really good innings here from Joseph so far. James to continue. This is good from skipper Samaru. Looking for a run every ball there. Yes, she's on 9 of 17 deliveries now. She's playing the game on merit here. They have a lot of time, the Trinidad and Tobago team. So not a good run there in the end. That's all the Trinidad and Tobago team needs to do. Nothing reckless there at the moment. 41 required from another 91 deliveries.
A lot of balls there available to get that runs, and the field is slightly open, so the singles is available. Well placed there by Joseph, just finding that gap between backward point and third man for easy 2 runs.
So
and that.
So at the end of 15 overs now, the score 84 for 2. And we're finally having the water break here. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. More cricket at the National Cricket Centre.
And welcome back to the action here at the National Cricket Centre for the Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association Under-19 Women's Tri-Nation Series here. The Trinidad and Tobago Under-19 women need 39 from 90 deliveries here. Janaba Joseph doing quite well, coming in at the third position, 35 off 39. Captain Shalini Samaru out there as well, doing the job for our team, 10 runs on the board. Andrew Chan in their company alongside Mr. Hamza Mohammed as Cherry continues from the southern end of the ground. Tugged on to mid-on for a single. Throw comes in and Samaru had to put the quick heels on to get in there for that one. But it's been a really, really good batting performance here by the Trinidad and Tobago Under-19 women here, Hamza. And they will feel a lot more confident today. Yesterday they chased on 130 in 20 with 2 balls to spare and just 3 wickets in the hutch. So at 84 for 2, a really, really good return here. Janaba Joseph continues along the way, cuts that behind square, and that will run away for 4. Lovely, lovely batting by Janaba Joseph. She has really come to the party today here, and she's moved on to 39 or 40. You've really enjoyed this innings from her, Hamza.
Yes, certainly so, because what happened is when she came out to bat, she started to flow a bit. First 13, 14 runs was just under a run a ball. But since then, there was this little period where the spinners came on. It slowed up the innings, but it didn't faze her. She played them really positively. She's still out there. It's showing on the scorecard. She's on 39 of 40. But more importantly, she's playing the innings that is needed for this type of run chase, Andrew.
Yeah, most definitely. She and opening batsman Samara Ramnath put on a 57-run partnership before Ramnath was unfortunately dismissed for a well-played 30. Joseph has continued. She'll be looking at 50 in this tournament, in this game, to follow up from Glasgow's 50 in the match yesterday. This one, she goes high. It's not going to quite reach long on in one bounce. It gets past the fielder. That's really poor fielding from that fielder at the wide long on position. It bounced a little bit awkwardly, but you really should have had that covered. A fortuitous boundary there for Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, the fielder there, Beanie, a ball slightly awkward ball, but she should have done better in the end there. And that has been the downfall of this Windward Islands team in the field. It's their fielding. And again, Andrew, I was about to say, assistant coach Samantha Lynch, she sets her standards very high. So she, I'm sure, will be very disappointed with this outing in the field here today.
Yeah, definitely. And the Windward Islands, interestingly enough, were a better fielding side yesterday when that game came down to the wire. Janaba Joseph dancing up the pitch and hits that one back to the bowler. Nothing doing there. It's an exciting dot ball. That is the end of the 16th. At the end of 16, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 girls chasing 123 for victory on 93 for 2. Of course, the big question here for the Windward Islands is, Hamza, where's that magical wicket-taking delivery that's going to come? Because they really need to break this partnership here. Partnership pushing on to 33. Will be Zaida James to continue. She'll be bowling from the bamboo patch northern end of the National Cricket Centre.
What I will tell you, Andrew, is wherever that wicket delivery has to come from, it has to come right now, because they desperately need not just one but a few quick wickets here to stem this flow of runs. Just 30 required of 83 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago, they're making this run chase look really easy at the moment.
Keep going.
Yeah, but I think this is an important partnership that they need to break right now, the Windward Islands. Dancing up the pitch there is Samaru. That one goes on the leg side. It'll run very close to the boundary. Will the fielder pick it up? Just, and I know another little mistake there by that fielder. That's the number 8 for the Windward Islands. That is Selena Ross, unfortunately making a real hash of that. So it's 5 extra runs here for the Trinidad and Tobago squad. They get closer to that 100 mark, and they're just inching into victory here. The Windward Islands, they're really looking a little bit lackluster in the field, and it's unfortunate for them. The bowlers haven't bowled badly, but the fielders have really let them down here. This time Samaru goes over the extra cover region, and that will be back-to-back 4s, I believe. Yes, it does. She brings up the 100 for her team. The Trinidad and Tobago under-19 women, they want to win this early. They want to go home and get some rest after back-to-back games.
Yeah, this Windward Islands outfit not looking good at all out there in the field. Seeing drop shoulders, the attitude out there is not high at all.
Samaru carves this one into the cover region again. A bit of a misfield there by that fielder. Short extra cover, dribbles out to the wide long off region, and she gets another single. Janaba Joseph finally gets a little time at the crease, 43 or 44. She'll be hoping that her captain doesn't take all of the strike and she gets a magical half-century mark.
You're requiring a further 7 for that landmark. A well-deserved landmark, I should say, Andrew.
It's been a wonderful innings by Joseph now. She won't want to let it go. And that one goes through everybody and will run down to the boundary for 4 yet again. The wheels really starting to come off here. It's byes. And certainly the Trinidad and Tobago squad starting to wave goodbye to the Windward Islands at this squad as they move on to 107 for 2. This has been a really, really expensive over by Zaida James.
Joseph required only 7 of the 30 runs. 9 of those have been extra so far.
Decides to go over the wicket now to the right-handed Joseph. One tugged out short, and it's cut in front of a square on the offside for a single. Good connection there by Joseph. There are instances when you just hit the ball too well. That one went to that fielder at extra cover very, very quickly indeed.
Captain James would be hoping that she can pick up a wicket here with her final delivery of her 5th over. She still has 1 to go.
Dancing of the pitcher, Samru pushes that straight past the bowler, and that will run close to the ropes for 4. It does dribble into the ropes for 4. Lovely straight shot by the Trinidad and Tobago captain, and again, that a very expensive over here. Half-hearted attempt by the bowler as well, which you have to say was not the best attempt. 112 for 2. They're romping to victory here. 112 for 2 after 17.
Yeah, some 16 runs coming from that last over. But the question is now, Andrew, would Joseph reach that 50?
Yeah, just 11 of 78 balls required now. I certainly hope Shalini Samaru will give Janaba Joseph some of the strike to get to that magical 50 over mark.
Yeah,
50 over run marks, I should say.
That's one point. The other thing, though, is does she know she's so close to that 50 mark? So, because, I mean, at the end of the day, the players out there, they just want to win this, get a victory for their country, come back in the hut and celebrate. So, it'd be good to get a landmark under your belt as well.
He cuts and cuts well in front of the square. That will actually run away to the rope. That's a wonderful shot through extra cover. I just thought she just played that so beautifully there, so easily, Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, initially that ball looked like it was just going to, she was only going to get 1 from that, but the timing, again, it just goes to show how well she's batting out there. So she's on 48 or 47 again. Just goes to show how classy this innings has been. Immediately, she goes above her on a ball.
He benefited from some poor feeling, I have to say, from the Windward Islands, but take nothing away from Joseph's batting in this inning. This time she cuts again, gets that one into the extra cover region. There is no run. Yeah, but take nothing away from this innings from Janaba Joseph. She's really been excellent here today. This one drifting down the leg side. Good fielding by that fielder at short, fine leg. And there is no run. Or backward square leg, I should say.
Yeah, she probably felt that she missed out there. That ball could have gone either side. I would have raced into the boundary for 4, so.
So Janaba Joseph, as I mentioned earlier, won the most runs award in the 2022 Rising Star Under-19 Championship. And this one she's taken over mid-wicket. She'll definitely get 2 here. Will she get 4? She does get 4. That is 50 for Janaba Joseph. We'll see if she raises her bat to acknowledge it. I think her teammates will let her know, hey Janaba, you have 50 on the board. The Trinidad and Tobago team just needs 3 more runs for victory. And there she does, acknowledging a well-played 50 indeed.
Yeah, excellent innings there from Joseph. She was excellent in the field as always is. Janaba Joseph, definitely one of the more athletic fielders out there. Now she carried through that momentum with her batting as well, and she's certainly produced a match-winning knock here for her team.
There's 3 required from 74 deliveries now. And no run there. The Trinidad and Tobago Under-19 management team will be very, very happy with what they've seen here. As we remember yesterday, the squad chased down 130 with 2 deliveries to spare in the 25th over, and they only won by 3 wickets. But here they won 20 for 2 after 17.5. Another fielder goes out to that cow corner position, that deep mid-wicket position. Not quite all the way there on the ropes. And Joseph will definitely want to finish out this innings. You have all the time in the world here to just complete it. 3 runs required of 72, 120 for 2 after 18. It's a nice little romp here for the Trinidad and Tobago girls in their own backyard as well. So just 3 runs required for victory here. Do you think it's a one shot from Shalini to wrap it up here, Hamza Mohammed?
If she gets a bad ball, I certainly believe so. But I think more importantly, she want to ensure that she's out there till the end.
Dances up the pitch.
Well, I stand corrected.
He wants to finish it in style, Shalini, against her opposing captain as well. Really struggled in that last over, Zaida James.
Yeah, some 16 runs off that previous over. So 3 required for victory here. Trinidad and Tobago, 1 shot away.
And it's a misfield there again at square leg. 3 fielders are running it down. The ball will stop just in time. So just 1 run required for victory here. They won't risk the third. But again, that basically sums up what has happened in this game, Hamza Mohammed. It wasn't a bad delivery at all by Zaida James, maybe drifting down leg. But the fielders really haven't supported. They haven't come to the party for the Windward Islands. In this encounter today, they could have built a lot more pressure. Admittedly, Samara Ramnath at the top of the order, and then Janaba Joseph coming in at the pivotal number 3 position, making it a doddle almost. A full delivery. Samaru swings. It swings it high in the air. It will dribble out to the mid-wicket region. Either way, they run 2. There's no need to run 2. Just needed to run 1. And that is victory for the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 girls in this under-19 Tri-Nation Series hosted by the Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association. They are confirming that the scores, that the game is complete. And yes, both teams are seeming to acknowledge that Trinidad and Tobago have romped home here by 8 wickets with some 11 overs and 3 balls to spare. So it was a wonderful innings by Janaba Joseph, who ends on 53 not out. Shalini Samaru, also a classical 20 not out from her. And Janaba Joseph will definitely be our player of the match for today, having having hit that 53 as well as taken a couple of wickets in the Windward Islands batting. Windward Islands dismissed or struggled to 121 for 9 in their allotted 30 overs, and the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 girls really picking up an excellent performance with the ball, and then coming in out here with the bat. Samara Ramnath 30 at the top of the order. Janaba Joseph, a wonderful unbeaten half century, and then Shalini Samaru with the icing on the cake for the captain, bringing home the team again with some 11 overs to spare. Trinidad and Tobago won by 8 wickets, and that will do for us here at from the Cricket 360 team at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. On behalf of myself, Andrew Chan, my fellow commentators Hamza Mohammed and Brittany Cooper, and a special appearance by Miss Samantha Lynch, the assistant coach of the Windward Islands, and our technical team, Mr. Jason Prasad, and cameraman Steve Munsami, we are signing off from the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver.